and the mayor will kick your ass out of here if you keep going.
Yeah, I got kicked out.
She's a mean girl.
Yeah.
And if you like tell her I'm leaving, when you get to the door, she'll say, "Police, throw them out." Even though I am recording, Patrick. Better make it fast.
Hey, Mayor, the whole citizens talking about it, and you got 5 minutes for the whole meeting to talk. That's it. 5 minutes. 5 minutes here, 5 minutes. If Ms. Amadaka shows up, 5 minutes. Mr. Molina, 5 minutes. That's all you get to talk for the whole meeting.
5 minutes.
That's it. Nothing else. No, you can't do nothing about it. See, that's in the same manner. Can I throw them out? No, it's not a meeting yet.
Bring him on. She wants to throw you out right now.
I think that's what she was trying to figure out.
Can't throw nobody out outside of a meeting. Come on.
It's a traditional.
You know where that. You got to make a rule first, then announce it,
How many agenda
then
items?
you can do it.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
Thank you guys for joining. We got quite a few people that are up on Zoom right now, up here waiting to talk. Thank you for getting on there. They're going to be talking for their 5 minutes of citizens to be heard. We got a few people here as well, and it's a bunch of emails. I don't know how many emails were sent in, but we're going to see how they handle this. Mayor wants to limit the citizens from speaking. They could have listened to our citizens speak for maybe 30 minutes at the most. Now they're going to have to listen to our people speak. They're going to have to listen to the people speak. So anyway, enjoy.
That's going to be
Over at this desk here is, who is that?
That's city attorney tonight.
Oh, okay. Where are you going to be sitting? Right here? Okay. So over at that desk there, that's the city attorney from Rampage Law. And we haven't seen her before, right? So she may be filling in for the other folks. And then we have the city council here. On the left is Mike Martin over here. Then we got Sally Hitt right here. And then we got, in that chair would be Sylvia Apodaca. And then in the middle there is Mayor Janisha Greider. And then we have to the right of her is Joe Molina. And then Christopher Garza here. He's the one that wears the bulletproof vest. And then you guys can see here at the very end on the right is Miss Lozano. What's her first name? Maria. That's Miss Maria Lozano. And just to let you know, we got, starting on the left, we have good, bad, 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 good. We're kind of on the fence here because Lozano, she votes the right way and she follows the law, but at the same time, we're just not sure yet. But we'll call her good for now. We'll call her good because she's actually been making some good votes. And then the mayor in the middle, that's the queen. The meeting started.
Get your.
I'm on the camera.
I'll watch it.
Not mine. I can construct this. Yes. Looking for advice from the city attorney. Right there. We appreciate everybody tuning in, joining us on this ridiculous, unnecessary ride. But because people have their own agendas and I guess want to be home by 9 o'clock to take shots of Jaeger or whatever the case may be, then we don't want to be here for a long meeting, but we spend most of our time in executive session, which lasts anywhere from an hour to 2.5. So that's where we're at. Oh, by the way, there's more coming on these right here. The one talking to the city attorney and the lady sitting next to Mr. Mike Morton. I got some information on those two. It might come to a point to where we need to recall some people.
Okay, well, assuming that they throw me out of different witnesses, I don't like what I say, you can read the rest of whatever I have to say.
Anybody else would like to sign up before I?
I'm surprised y'all had enough paper today. He's a good guy. The fire chief is a great guy.
Nobody has a song called "Fuck the Fire Department."
Yeah,
It's
no,
all the same.
he's a great guy.
Nobody.
And
For good reason.
police people are great too.
I don't know if ours is or if ours isn't.
Huh? Oh, if Edgar's is still employed up there? No. He's
You're
not.
right, but he's newer, so I feel
It
like
don't
he might
matter.
just not know.
When you come in, you know who your problem child is.
Well, when you've been working the same job for 14 years and you have no rank at all, that says everything that you need to know.
Says a lot. Says a lot.
If I was a private for 14 years, I don't know.
That what's up.
That would suck. But that would also be proof that I'm probably not doing anything
But
correctly.
in that same breath, he can sit there and say, "It ain't my job. It ain't my job."
Oh, that's only when kids are getting shots.
Yeah, yeah. So he should go work for you, Valley.
He should. Yeah, they're hiring.
No, your camera.
I told this fool.
Oh,
Chief, it's 8 people on the list. It's 10? Even better.
I'd like to understand why we're always late on.
Well, it's a funny story, but that's what
Meeting to order at 12, I'm sorry, at 7:12 PM, October 26th. Please rise for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Dear Lord, guide us. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Rich, I didn't know you were here. Yes, go right ahead.
That's a point of order.
Okay.
Whatever one that has their hat on, please remove it as we pray. Father, we thank you and glorify you and praise your holy name for your awesome God. We worship you welcome you into this place, for you said that where two or more are here in your name, you will be there also. Father, I just ask that you give the mayor and all of these council members wisdom as to what they have to do today, and to the questions that are asked, come to decisions for those things that are troubling. Father God, we thank you and praise you and give you glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Man, that sounds good.
Mission statement, the city of Kirby is dedicated to delivering excellent municipal services to our community in a fiscally responsible manner. Please call roll.
Councilmember Garza.
Here.
Councilmember Hitt.
Here.
Councilmember Lozano.
Here.
Councilmember Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Molina.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Papadakis. Mayor Gray.
Here.
We have a quorum.
That's the city secretary and city manager to the left.
Did say she will not be joining us tonight.
Smart girl.
Okay, moving on to citizen participation. How do we want to do this? Do you want to do the Zoom first, or, so are the Zooms on this also signed up? Or, oh, they are, okay. All right, so we'll go with the first. Brittany Trevino.
No, but just. Give him a statement about the acre situation.
Good afternoon. So I am basically here talking because I like freedom in America. I think that the people have the right to be heard.
Talk louder.
They do have the right to be heard. I mean, they're the reason that you guys are here. You wouldn't talk louder, okay. It's important to hear your citizens when they have problems. And I just really think that some people have problems that are bigger than 5 minutes, and I think that they still deserve to be heard. Definitely not thrown out of meetings unless they're vicious, but I could pray for them. For the people.
Yep. Just let them know what you're gonna do. Mayor, I'm gonna pray for the people for the remainder of my time.
I am gonna pray for the people for the remainder of my time. We're not allowed to pass time. That's not a thing.
Are we passing time? Are we stopping?
No, I'm
You don't
not.
see that, right? And the last time, well, we haven't done this time yet. Oh, we had the same person the last time.
I can.
We are not passing time, no.
Yeah, but you can look at something you want to
They
talk
said
about.
that already.
You don't have to like continue talking, you can pause. You have 5 minutes.
I'm actually,
You can pause and look something up.
I'm going to look at something really quick. I have some.
They're just not gonna stop your time, you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
Yeah.
oh, that's fine, I'm just.
you can pause
I'm
and
just
and
here
do
for
that again.
5 minutes, really. procedural justice. We'll just do this. This paper explores the concept of procedural justice and its significance in society and the potential repercussions when it is lacking. Procedural justice is a fundamental aspect of the justice system, emphasizing fairness and transparency of the process that led to the outcome or decisions. The absence of procedural justice can lead to a myriad of issues, including social unrest, increased crime rates, and a general lack of trust in the justice system. Procedural justice, a cornerstone of the justice system, refers to the fairness and transparency of the process that led to outcomes or decisions. It is a critical aspect of the justice system that ensures all individuals are treated fairly and equitably, regardless of their social or economic or cultural background. Procedural justice is not only about final outcomes, but also about the process leading to that outcome. It is about ensuring that the process used to make decisions are fair, unbiased, and transparent. The importance of procedural justice is critical for several reasons. Firstly, it promotes fairness and equity by ensuring that all individuals are treated equitably. Procedural justice helps to maintain social order, harmony. It ensures everyone, regardless of their background, can be heard. Procedural justice fosters trust in the justice system. When individuals perceive that the process are fair and transparent, they are more likely to trust and respect the justice system. This trust is essential for the effective functioning of the justice system, as it encourages compliance with law and cooperation with legal authorities. Procedural justice contributes to the legitimacy of the justice system. Legitimacy refers to the recognition and acceptance of the authority, the justice system by the people, of the justice system by the people. When the, sorry, that's time. Oh, here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to Joe, Commander.
Yes, ma'am.
Please step up.
All right, Commander Grider, City Council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Joe Ramon. I'm the VFW commander down the street here in this community. I was here last November talking about what we do. We take care of veterans, right? Their families, we serve our community. Last year we gave 20 Thanksgiving baskets to needy families during this year. I got a sign-up sheet down there that unfortunately we can only do 10 this year. Okay, we're hurting. We just had a fundraiser last Saturday. We profited $80 off the fundraiser. I had my bartenders calling me, telling me, Commander, we only made $40. I said, shut it down, close it down. I said, we need some help. Last year we spent $21,000 to get our AC unit repaired in our big hall. Okay? We had a meeting and we had to decide to close our VFW down on Tuesday. That's hard to do, to turn your comrades around. One of the hardest decisions we have to make as a VFW. We have comrades that come there. It's their home away from home. They're dealing with PTSD, combat stress, and we're family. But y'all are killing us with this road construction. You're absolutely 100% killing us. We're not making any money. Last year, this time we had our VFW annual membership party, where we reward our members that step up and serve our community and give them a little gift card, and we fed everybody steaks. We can't do that this year. Can't afford it. So I'm asking you, whoever you got to talk to, I know he's here with the construction, whatever, somebody needs to make a decision. Let's get Ben Zingerman opened up at least to my back gate of the VFW. So folks from the north end can come through Ben Zingerman and park there and go home that way. They're not coming. I can't even do a fundraiser, for crying out loud. I can't hold a district meeting, okay? We're hurting for money. So I'm asking you, talk to them, I'm begging you. If you got to put it on your agenda, put it on the agenda. We need that road open. And I'm not asking you to open it all the way to Ackerman, just open it up to our back gate so they can get in and get out and go through Benzino. And if they want to, I don't care. Committee members want to cut through, let them cut through. I don't care. But we are hurting. And I need you to please fix this. Talk to whoever you got to fix this and help our veterans out so we go back to business as normal. Okay, I need a new roof up there. Last thing I want to ask for, hey, if y'all got any grant money you want to throw our way, we'll take it. We'll take whatever we can because we're struggling right now. Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time.
What?
Okay, next we have John Herrera. We're with Via.
Yes.
You want to wait just till
Yes,
we'll
ma'am.
call you up. And Mr. Marcus too. We'll just wait. Okay. Okay. Deborah McMillan, did you want to wait?
Wait for the agenda item, please, ma'am.
Marina Espinola, you would like to wait? All right, and then we have Robert Kyle on Zoom. We have Robert Kyle on Zoom.
Yes.
No, I didn't know. I just was doing what you said. I came up with something else.
Well, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. My name is Robert Cobb.
Tell them to hold on volume. Tell them. Can y'all start them over till y'all get the volume done?
My understanding.
Can we get some volume?
You can't hear him.
It's on 100.
Oh, that's ridiculous. This is okay. We can't hear him. That's okay.
Sir, I'm sorry, pause one moment. So everybody, it's at the 100, there's nothing else that we can do.
That's okay.
I mean, it's always 100, so.
Who can hear him? Raise your hand.
So, go ahead, sir.
That's okay. That's all right. I'm just asking if that's okay, Mayor, that nobody can hear him. If that's okay, that's okay. I respect that.
Try on the computer instead of the TV.
That's as loud as it goes.
Can y'all let
It's
him
as loud as
know?
it goes on the.
Can y'all let him
computer.
know?
Okay, listen,
Oh.
look, can we just get through citizen participation? Nobody can hear, obviously, because people are talking. We can hardly hear him because it's 100. Okay? So can everybody please? We have a lot of people to go through, okay?
Mayor, we're done.
You tone it
We're
down.
fine. We're fine.
Again.
We've already
it's at 100.
established.
Why are
We're
you hollering?
Okay.
we've established you're okay with nobody being able to hear him. We're good.
I am
Let's
talking,
move
I'm
on.
not asking you to respond.
Hollering.
Let's move on, Mayor.
I'm not,
Let's
I'm
move
not-
on.
I need you to tell me to move on.
Please, let's move
Point of
on.
order, decorum. You need to be quiet, sir.
All right.
Somebody needs to check her. One of y'all need to check her.
No, sir, you have one more time also. Point of order, decorum. Be quiet.
It's like a
Mr.
city
Kyle?
meeting, though, not like a disrespect.
Okay, can you go ahead and, can you start this time over and let him, and everybody can please be quiet so we can hear up here. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
You're mad because you have to do your job for me?
You can go from the beginning, sir.
You should make like a petition or something to get people. Yeah, you need a new. I've been watching it.
HB 2840 short states the following. A government
Sorry, y'all can't hear it.
I think we can all agree on this, right? What is troubling to me, however, is the fact that the mayor seems to think that she can limit the public speaking by just 5 minutes total for all items, agenda items. That's not how HB 2840 was written, at least in my opinion. So section 551.007 expressly authorizes the governmental body to adopt, here's the key word, reasonable rules regarding the public's right to address the body, including rules that limit the total amount of time that a member of the public may address the body in one given item. So the AG did issue an opinion regarding the following question, which I believe is a major concern of many citizens of Kirby and other parts of Texas as well. Opinion number 80-0300, reference authority of governmental body, subject to section 551.007 of the Government Code. The very general rule that the government body should set a reasonable cap on the total time, but also setting the amount that was reasonable depended on several factors, such as the number of agenda items that are and their complexity. I strongly believe that the city's rule on time is unreasonable. But Black's Law Dictionary defines unreasonable as not reason, irrational. The council's comment that for all, included agenda items, is certainly not reasonable for both the citizens who heard portions of public comment as well as lumping all agenda items, public comments together for the 5-minute public comment. So in looking over today's city council meeting agenda, I noticed there are 11, or at least earlier today, there were 11 items placed on the
I didn't know what it was. It was up there when I went.
11, right? 5 minutes total time for public comments on 11 agenda items is unreasonable. But this is given with production of a using KP-0300. So in watching a number of current city council meetings over the past few months, I see a pattern of abuse by the mayor and other council members. While the Texas Open Meetings Act does authorize the local government to create certain rules pertaining applying a time limit to members of the public who desire to speak, it is unreasonable to enforce a 5-minute speak time. Consider the number of agenda items that are discussed, and I believe the opinion KP-030 go back to some as well. Just that, as well as being just that, unreasonable. So the act provides civil penalties and criminal penalties for violation of its provisions. District courts have original jurisdiction over criminal violations of the act as misdemeanors involving official misconduct. Section 551.142 of the act provides as follows. A, an interested person, including a member of the news media, may bring an action trying to conveyance or injunction, stop, prevent, or reverse a violation or threaten violation of this chapter by members of the governmental body. B, the court may assess costs of litigation and reasonable attorney fees incurred by a plaintiff or defendant substantially less than the action.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kyle, your time is up.
I got like 2 sentences more. In exercising its discretion.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to Susan Street.
Mayor, before we do this, I'd like to make a motion that we allow him to finish out his 2 sentences.
Thank you.
I would like to second that motion. I want to third it then.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Garza, seconded by Councilmember
Let's see who does the
Martin,
right thing.
to allow Mr. Kyle to finish his time. Please call roll.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Councilmember Hitt, Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Papadakis, Mayor Greider,
No. So that was 3-3. So just no.
I just.
No, it goes to yes. It goes to yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Street, Susan Street.
Oh, boy.
I shouldn't have to say this, but please, Madam Mayor and Council, do us the courtesy of actually looking at us when we speak instead of shuffling your papers and ignoring us. It shows contempt and disrespect for those who took the time to come to this meeting. Those of us who actually have something really important to say. Okay, I have several agenda items to discuss. Item 8B, the Borchers property lien. Should be the responsibility of the purchaser to be aware that there was a lien on it. When there's a tax sale, who does the purchaser think is going to pay the back taxes? Common sense would tell you, but the county information given when the person bids on it also says that there may be other costs associated with the property. The purchaser still got a deal on the property, so they need to pay the taxes. Y'all should not give them a pass on that. On item C, 8C, about the change order that shows the charges for police as traffic control at $60 per hour, I believe. Is there a state law that says it has to be a certified officer, or can it be a security guard? I'm not sure why it can't just be a flag man, but regardless, I'm hoping someone looks into how it needs to happen and avoids this sort of charge for the future. I'm talking about the rest of the Ackerman project. Can we get that verified? On item 8D, regarding the transition to a new city manager, I hope you all will use an employment service to put an interim city manager in place. Then take your time to find the proper applicant. The contract should also include a 90-day clause that states that they can be let go for any reason before that period is up. You might also consider a temp to perm arrangement so that you can try the person out in the position. It's a thought. Item 8E, I believe that this council should put on the May 24th ballot on the May 24th ballot to dissolve the Crime Control and Prevention District, since it doesn't seem to be running any of the sort of programs it was intended to run. Yes, do put the EDC on the ballot, and no, I don't believe it's in the best interest of the city to withdraw from VIA. You should ask the representative from VIA if doing so would eliminate VIA services from the senior center. Yes, it's 0.5% of our sales tax income, but the leadership should be looking out for all the citizens of Kirby and their ability to get from place to place. We can't just cater to those who already have transportation. On item H, the purchase of holiday decorations, there was no information in the packet, so what did you have in mind? Where do you plan to put this tree? How much money are we talking about? Why don't you just string some lights on the gazebo and decorate a sign? This is not Windcrest. You're gonna say it's a quality of life issue. How about we put this money towards fixing the streets? Isn't that a quality of life issue too? If you take a survey, I bet you'll find that most people would prefer saving the suspension on their cars over lighting the little tree that we can afford. Item 8J, didn't a charter review commission come up last year? Did anyone volunteer for that? For a petition, I believe you need 5% of the total voters from the last regular election. That's registered voters, mind you. The last election, we had 676 votes for mayor and 1,537 votes for council members. The vote totals don't give you a body count, but I'm guessing around 695 since the undervote was 19. So 5% of that would be about 35 signatures of registered voters. Will it cost the city extra to add a charter amendment to the next election? Someone should look into that. You really should appoint a new charter review commission since there's some other things that might need to be amended. That's just another thought. And item 8K, you want to support the City of Kirby Halloween community events? Isn't it a little late to plan a trunk or treat by the city? Or are you talking about the senior center event? Isn't that something that should be brought up by the senior center board to request of the council? Did the board make that request at the last meeting? I have to say no to that, support of an event. The Kirby Senior Center has been doing the Halloween event for years without contributions from the city for money or volunteers. Why is this coming up now? The board was instrumental in getting donations from people and businesses, decorating and running the activities. I know because I was one of them. Maybe the current board should be more active and not expect the city to cover their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, for Linda Curtis, will be waiting to AI, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay, and we have, next is Patrick White.
Start it off. Mayor, don't ever talk to me like that again. Ever. Okay? Now let's get into it. The reason why the mayor is on this bitching thing and so pissed towards me and people that are associated with me is because I exposed her little buddy, the city manager that we got rid of because he was a piece of crap. A thief and a piece of crap. She's mad. They had ulterior motives planned. They have stuff. Remember, when they were here, everything was, oh, me and the city manager talked. Oh, me and the city manager were here. Where was the rest of council when you were doing this? When he was never here until after 4 p.m., and that's documented. What were y'all having, dinner dates? Huh? Playing hide and go seek in Friendship Park? That's how you found the damn holes in the ground? Anyways, that's why she's mad. Because I exposed that dude. She's next because she got some funky stuff going on with the senior center. Mayor, that I know about. Miss Sally Hitt, you've been awfully different for a few weeks now. Could it have something to do with the DWI pullover you had? I think it's best you resign before I expose all of that. I know. I wish Miss Apodaca was here, because I had something to say to her. Mr. Molina, sir, I don't know if you were a vet or if you are a veteran, excuse me. But you damn sure don't respect people's rights. You sat here, the man had 2 sentences left and said, no, he can't say it. What's next? We're gonna have segregated bathrooms again? And water fountains? Is that what we're going to? You know, we want to play this role because we work for the government. We work at Fort Sam as a civilian. Well, guess what? So are the bad boys over there. So you've got no more flow here than they do. You are city manager, you are city mayor. You work for us. You work for that body of government up there. I understand you got a couple of people that are just gonna do whatever you tell them to do. I get that. There's a few that think for themselves. I respect that. But what I want all of y'all up there to understand, especially you, Mr. Molina, you need to start using your own mind. Stop following. Use your own mind and do what's right. Y'all can put her in check. Like I said, the way she slammed that gavel down and threw a pissy temper tantrum was ridiculous. You're more worried about the way you look to other cities, like the mayor of Live Oak. Yes, I know about y'all there too. I know. I told you. I got time for my kids and doing my fucking digging. I told you that. You want to keep playing. You want to throw me out of the last meeting because I wouldn't stop talking when I had 5 minutes to speak by state law. You cut me off. Official oppression. I can charge you with it. Debating on it. I want you to do it again. I really do. You making it so easy. I had so much respect and fucking pride behind you.
The cursing needs to stop.
I had so much respect and pride behind you.
America.
For you. And don't speak when I'm speaking. This is citizens to be heard. Stop the clock. Stop the clock.
Yes, actually stop the clock, correct.
Because this is citizens to be heard. You're not supposed to respond to me. You are not supposed to
From
respond
my
to me.
understanding, again, that decorum does not mean that they can just use profanity. You can say everything you want, but you cannot be up there cursing nonstop. Is that correct?
That is the decision of the council.
Okay. So do y'all have a problem with him using the F-bombs and B-bombs and all of that? So y'all want that to keep coming on? He can talk about me all he wants, that's fine, but I'm saying the cursing needs to stop.
Are we gonna run like a
Everybody
city?
got it?
It's allowed to,
So go ahead, start his time back.
unless you're black.
Are we ever gonna run like a city? Ever? Mr. Molina, you were quiet during that whole thing, you just sat there. Did she nudge you on the table and say, hey, say no, you don't like it? Come on, use your own brain. Use your own brain, Mr. Molina, I promise you. I'm already starting to expose them 3. I can start digging on you too. I can find what you did in 6th grade and bring it up in here if you want me to. Don't play with me. I got time for my kids and investigating. That's what I do. That's why she's mad, because he got exposed, he's gone. Thank y'all for making the right decision. I like Mr. Martin saying, hey, you know what, let's send him on his way without him. I respect the heck out of that. I filtered it for you, I said, hey, not him. Okay? So, let's do it right. Sally, I'm telling you, I'm gonna expose the rest of it. You might really start considering resigning, being you don't do nothing up there but smell like alcohol and fall asleep. Mr. Molina, I got on video last meeting, you're falling asleep. I know y'all don't want to be, I know y'all got bedtimes at 8:30, 9 o'clock. You shouldn't have ran for council. You shouldn't have. Y'all made those choices. Nobody out here or in the city said, hey, you're gonna run for mayor and that's it. You're gonna run for council and that's it. Nobody said that. You chose to. So now you sit up there and you respect every one of these citizens out here. Because at the end of the day, 4 of y'all come in here with your mind made up on what you're gonna vote on the agenda item before you even listen to a citizen. I wish the postmaster was still here for the VFW because I wanna let them know they don't care. They're not gonna do nothing to help them. You are nothing to 4 of them.
15 seconds.
Nothing. So I ask all of you, as a whole, to start censoring the mayor when she outbursts like that, because that is childish and incompetent of any mayor. I guarantee you, your buddy in Livo would look down on you for that, but you're gonna tell her, oh, it's their fault. It's everybody's fault but yours, all the time. And I will speak again on agenda
Next,
items.
we have Tori Rice.
Do me a favor and make sure you're not blocking my camera, sir.
I'll try not to.
My name's Tori Reese. You can start my time now. I represent Blue Lives Matter, an organization about government accountability. Mainly focus on police accountability because when police lie, it has very severe effects on the citizens. But when politicians lie, even the smallest lie, it affects politicians even more. Now, Mayor, I'm going to tell you I'm disappointed in you. And you can tell me to shut up all you damn well want. And damn if you don't like that word damn. Do you want to censor me right now? Or are you accepting of the word damn?
Do we need a vote? Can you pause it? Do y'all want to, damn was a profanity word to y'all, it's up to y'all.
Are we going to play this game again? Are we?
Okay. Okay, you're gonna pause it.
The key word, when you violated my rights, the last meeting, when you waved your banner around and said, read this, and you didn't even read it correctly. If you could have heard the man speaking that he objected to, telling you, hey, we can't hear him. You would have heard the man tell you the same thing I told you last week, but you shut me up. And that is KP 300, which actually 0300, and you got the email, and you had the opportunity to research it, clearly states it has to be reasonable. You want to say 5 minutes to speak on every agenda item is reasonable? That's 27 seconds per item. That is not reasonable. Thank you, Councilman, for saying, give the man, he said he didn't say 2 minutes, he said 2 seconds. And 3 of you cowardly, worthless pieces of garbage, as representatives of our city, are going to deny the citizen that, even when we can't hear him? How dare you disrespect the citizen and deny them the right by law to speak on agenda items? Now, you brought up an Attorney General's opinion, and you made it clear. You said, but I have the Attorney General's opinion, and I told you, you didn't have the up-to-date. I told you, and you saw in the email I sent you, and if you make me to, I'll make sure everyone in this body is aware that you're aware of what I sent you. I showed you bulletins that the Attorney General updated and said, what's generally reasonable is 3 minutes. That man there told you the same thing. William Bill wrote the summarized opinions of the Attorney General about the public's right to speak on decision-making. And the very last thing that he stated was the citizen has the right to speak on the authority of 511007 under authority of the law and as written by the law. He also made it clear in his opinions that this, what I'm doing now, is not considered under the authority of 511007. And if you'd taken a chance to read and put on the agenda item like I told you to, it didn't have to be an agenda item. But by law, you were required to put the topic I was going to speak on because I notified you of it. The citizen's right to speak. You'd have read the very first thing in the handbook. Tells you that this is not under the authority of 511007. It's under 511001 4B4. Did you do that? I told you to do your research. I told you we were coming up here talking. Now, I took the time to make sure Via could come here to speak to the citizens because I know you're not going to let me speak. But they need to speak. I don't agree with what you're doing there. But I know you're not going to let me speak. My important key is making sure that you're aware you need to be reasonable. And telling me 27 seconds is reasonable is not acceptable on an agenda item. I'm going to reserve the rest of my time to speak on all further agenda items. Thank you. Stop my time.
117.
I'm going to walk outside and calm down. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Stacy Holton.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for my 5 minutes that I get, but I'm not going to use all 5 because I am just here to talk about the water department. We got a water bill that was completely, totally outrageous, totally out of the norm. Called the city hall, left messages, several messages since September. Never got a call back. My husband came up here on a Friday. Nobody was working in the water department. Some other girl was there who did not know anything about the water department. Took the information, said somebody would come out, check our meter, leave a tag on the door. Nothing. They put our water on hold, didn't shut us off. Came back 2 weeks later, still hadn't had a note on the door. I went on vacation, came back, so I was here during business hours, not at work, so I could come and talk to somebody. Nobody in the water department. Some other little girl was there, she helped me, took my information. Somebody came out the next day, or 1 or 2 days later, put a note on the door, no leak detected, that was it. No phone call from anybody, no nothing. I go from $130, I have a pool, so we have to fill our pool up during the summer, during the winter it's drained. I have no water in my pool. I go from, I printed it out, so I'm more than happy to come up and bring it to somebody someday. I go from $130 a month to $200 a month during the summer. Then they had the issue with the bills where they're like, don't pay this bill, we're gonna send out the correct bill. So it goes from $210 to $455.
We still have more activists that are going to be speaking.
$455. Then the new bill comes out and it's $268. I have never had a bill that high either. I don't have a leak. My meter's not running when we go out and look at it. And nothing has been resolved. No one's returned my phone calls. No one reaches out to us to try to resolve what's going on. So I just want to make y'all aware that our water department doesn't care what's happening. To me, they don't, because no one has called back. I have all my phone calls that I have made and how many I have made,
and my husband, and I just want somebody to answer for a $445 water bill that I shouldn't have to pay because I don't have a leak. According to the water department, I don't have a leak. So how did it go from $200 to $445? And then back down to $200. That's, if I had a leak, it would stay high. And it's not, so I just need y'all to be aware, sorry, of the lack of people in your water department and the lack of communication with your water department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Roger Romans. You want to speak now, or?
I'm going to speak right now.
Okay.
I've signed up for 3 items. One of the items, agenda item E, is actually 3 individual items. It's discussion of possible action to hire a consultant to evaluate the placement of an election for Prevention District Board. That's one item on that agenda item, followed by dissolve or reduce tax from Crime Control Prevention District Board. I agree, yes, dissolve it. I've got the rule book, the state law on how that is supposed to operate. Clearly, they don't follow the rules as directed by state law, nor has this council. There's requirements that you're all to follow by state law that's not being followed. This is local government code. So, you know, one of the items under the local government code, I just want to read this real quickly. Yeah, I don't have one exact, but it's about the member of the board is not liable for civil damage or criminal prosecution for any act performed in good faith. If you don't read and understand your rules, are you acting in good faith? If you up here on council don't know what this says, you have obligations to meet per local government code, and you don't know about it, are you acting in good faith? That's your responsibility, being up there. If you're not reading the rule books, you are not acting in good faith. And you can be held accountable, both civilly and criminally. The other item on section E is withdrawal from San Antonio Metropolitan Transit Authority on the May budget, or May ballots.
This ain't over by any means. Stay tuned. We have more coming.
What VIA provides for us and the residents, yes, all you have vehicles up there, you all don't ride buses. My daughter rides the bus to work. And, you know, you don't.
This is Jack. I will be speaking soon towards the end, but
she's just a young 19-year-old.
we have a lot more people talking.
That's not a concern you'll have. Item F, discussion of possible action on approving members for Economic Development Committee. Well, it sounds like the committee's already been formed, because you're up here wanting to approve members for this committee. You know, you're kind of putting the cart before the horse. Item J, discussion and possible action to organize a petition to amend the charter for board and commission's qualifications and or disqualifications. You do not have the right to petition. Council is putting on here possible action to organize a petition. The petition is for the residents to have petitions for redress for government wrongdoing. So why are you putting on here to organize a petition? Because that's the job of us citizens. When you're doing wrong, we organize, get petitions, and we can have action, corrective actions taken. Some of the stuff that's being put up here, realistically, is somewhat farcical. I wish you all would get serious and start reading what you're putting out. Words mean things. And how you communicate with people mean things. Not putting the correct words down allows for misunderstandings, not communicating properly, causes a lot of problems, a lot of pettiness, and a lot of just needless gossip. So please, become a little bit more professional and think about what you put out before you put it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Ismail.
Yay.
That's on Zoom.
He's my
One moment, Ismail.
These are going to be the people that are signed up on Zoom. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on the screen. There may be more. We got Robert Kyle, Dolly A., Tiffany Covington, Michael Bosey, Geraldine Gorshing, Ismail Rincon, Joe and Karen Dixon, Joseph Anthony Craney. They're having audio issues, so they're working on that. They're having audio issues with Zoom.
One moment, please. Chief, can you come translate? If he wants it, you have to ask.
Just forgive my voice.
Can you ask him, does he want to translate it?
Ismael, ¿quiere que te cambie esta palabra? I don't know if he hears me.
Is that mic working?
It's working.
Is it working? Sir? Say it again, Chief.
Cambio las palabras para ti. Habla español. Puedes hablar, yo lo cambio. ¿Otra vez? I don't understand, I can't hear him. I got the charger in route. I mean, that's like 4. Ismael, tienes 5 minutos. Go ahead, puedes hablar ahora.
Yo quería hablar y estoy muy molesto con toda la gente que ha estado comentando cosas, que están diciendo cosas feas
People are saying ugly things.
a la majestad que está ahí sentada por querer limitar el tiempo de las personas.
The mayor wants to limit the time for the people.
¿Alguien me va a traducir o digo todo y lo
Estoy diciéndolo ahora. Lo que estás hablando, estoy diciéndolo.
ok. Y después me molesto con la gente que está en contra de la señorita mayor.
He said he's mad about everyone who's with the mayor.
Sí, que están diciendo cosas feas, que están insultando y que están diciendo que ella está equivocada.
They're saying ugly things and that they're mistaken.
Yo soy de Nuevo Laredo, Tamaulipas, de México.
He's from Laredo, Mexico.
Y soy muy fanático del país, de Venezuela y de Corea del Norte.
He's a fan of Venezuela and what was the other word?
Corea del Norte.
North Korea.
Y me gusta mucho cómo funciona el gobierno de ellos.
And he likes how their government is run.
Me gusta cómo quieren limitar, cómo ellos siempre tienen el control, porque siento que aquí debe de ser.
He likes how they limit and how they have control of people.
Y la gente no tiene derecho de levantar una voz, no tiene derecho de criticar a su majestad que está ahí arriba.
The people don't have the right to criticize or talk
A su majestad,
what does that mean?
a su majestad, a su señoría, no sé qué otras palabras.
Majestad? Leader? Leader, the mayor. Thank you.
Sí. Y creo que estamos en un rumbo correcto, estamos en el camino correcto.
We're going in the right path
Y es cuanto el gobierno de Kirby.
as far as our government in Kirby.
Muchas felicidades a todos los miembros del panel ahí arriba. Estoy muy orgulloso de todos ellos.
He's very proud of all the panel and council.
Tengo más, no sé si me puedo dar el doble del tiempo como estoy ocupando tiempo para la
He's
traducción.
asking for double the time because it takes time to translate. ¿Quieres 10 minutos?
10 minutos, perfecto. Entonces, como estaba diciendo, me gusta mucho el sistema de Corea del Norte. Ellos no permiten trabajo que ahí va un señor pelón.
He likes the North Korea government because of the control of the issues. And then he described white guy.
El pelón, que siempre está grabando, me cae bien mal.
He said there's a guy always filming and he doesn't like him.
Y en el Corea del Norte no pueden tener teléfonos y no pueden documentar nada de lo que hace el gobierno y tienen que adorar, creo que la palabra sería como worship al que está encargado.
He's saying people in North Korea can't have phones, can't criticize, and that's how he likes it.
Entonces estoy pensando de irme a vivir.
He's thinking about going there and moving there to live.
No, en Kirby yo tenía pensado ir a vivir a Corea del Norte, pero me quedo más cerca de Kirby.
He said, I was going to move up there, but I think he likes Kirby better. He said he's diabetic and he has to eat sugar.
¿Cuánto tiempo me queda?
Tiene 4 minutos y 23 segundos. But excuse me.
Permítame, no me he ido.
He hasn't gone anywhere, just excuse me.
Entonces creo que entonces otra cosa que creo yo que es importante son los beneficios de comer manzanas.
said he likes the benefits of eating apples.
There is a lot.
Hay nueve beneficios muy importantes de la manzana. Además, por su sabor, las múltiples variedades que pueden encontrar, la manzana ofrece un sinfín de beneficios para la salud. Gracias a que son antioxidantes y que tienen sustancias químicas entre las que destaca la cistercina.
Apples are healthy for you.
Cardiovasculares e inflamatorios, entre muchos otros.
Apples have antibiotics and it's good for your health.
Comer manzana es beneficioso para la salud. Siempre y cuando se consuma en una combinación dieta saludable con un estilo de vida sano.
Good for a healthy diet.
Fortalece el sistema inmune.
Helps with the immune system.
Este es uno de los beneficios más conocidos. Las manzanas mejoran su sistema inmunitario. Esto se debe a las grandes cantidades de carotenoides y flavonoides que tienen una acción antioxidante y antiinflamatoria, por lo que mejoran las células del sistema inmune y las ayuda a combatir contra infecciones y enfermedades.
Apples help with infections and sickness.
Mejora la función cerebral.
Helps with the brain.
Uno de los flavonoides que tiene la manzana, como se ha mencionado antes, es la quercetina, la cual es la vez antioxidante, antiinflamatoria.
Anti-inflammatory.
Esto tiene muchos beneficios diferentes entre nuestro organismo y diferentes consecuencias. Una de ellas es que ayuda a proteger las células de todo el sistema nervioso central.
Helps with the nervous system.
Los radicales libres tan perjudicantes y así evitan la inflamación del cerebro.
Helps with the swelling in the brain.
Las consecuencias son que prefieren Alzheimer o trato y también mejora la memoria.
Helps with the memory.
Entonces, ayuda también a mejorar problemas intestinales y dolor de estómago.
Helps with the stomach aches and intestines.
Este es otro de los beneficios
Those are the
de la
benefits.
manzana que es muy conocida. De hecho, es común que
That are well known.
cuando los niños tienen dolor de estómago, pues tomen manzana para comer sin que el dañe el estómago.
Dilo otra vez.
Este es otro de los beneficios de la manzana por los de hecho, es común que cuando una persona
Thank you.
He's still talking.
So those are the benefits of the apples.
para comer sin que este dañe el estómago de una persona.
Thank you. Moving on to Joseph Anthony.
He's on Zoom.
Joseph, just a mention, Greg Monticelli. I am a resident of the great mountains of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, County of Montgomery, Greater Philadelphia area. You can start my clock. I am a journalist. The other day, a piece of paper came across my desk, and it was from a quite regular source of mine that I get a lot of information from up here in PA. And, you know, I want to also mention that I've been watching Kirby since the spring of 22. And I've been seeing this clown for 3 weeks at a time. And how these council meetings that you guys run down in Texas are so much vastly different than what we do up here for the quorum I'm just speaking about. We have this quorum issues up here. But you're beefing because you have so many people to go through for listening. You're sitting back and you're sleeping. And because your bedtime is 8:30, 9 o'clock. When you signed up for this job, you knew exactly what you were going to do and you were doing it probably for other people. God really wasn't to the business. I want to talk about this 5 minutes. This 5 minutes here is unfeasible according to the Open Meetings Act. That's the goal. Okay? How can someone, you need 2 minutes to give a peaceful, coherent statement about one agenda. You have 10 agenda, and you're saying that person only has 5 minutes to speak in full throughout the entire meeting? Okay, so that's 5 minutes for all of the agenda, because you left it. And the additional general comments that's this and like that. So yeah, that day he's saying that you guys screwed up water bill. I thought you guys, you don't want to do something on it, you guys. Rarely over 100. You're talking anywhere from 50 to 80. And that's for a family of 4 on average in eastern Pennsylvania. What the hell is going on? You didn't fix your words anymore. But, you know, I want to really insist on how there's a year here, Grinder, or however you pronounce the name, sorry. It is really putting a camera on the speech. I would suggest, Mayor, that you look at how meetings are conducted here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Take a look at the county, city and county of Philadelphia. Take a look at the second largest county in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, county of Montgomery, where I reside, and how those county commissioners and how Philadelphia county commissioners run their meetings. Look at the decorum. Look at them wanting to listen to the citizens, even though having that portion of where they don't really want to listen, but they listen. But they don't put a camera on speech like you.
Public comment session, and then the agenda public comment session. What's up with this 5 minutes total? I want to know about that. I want to know, because if you got a journalist out in Pennsylvania knowing about this, I can guarantee you people in the United Kingdom, in Australia, in New Zealand know about this. You are all council members. You should know that the world is watching. You need to do the correct decision here. And you need to have 2 comment periods, one for agenda items and one for general public comment. That's what I would suggest for you. Because right now, you're in violation of Texas open meetings law. I mean, you just are. And I want to finish here with a Bible quote from Proverbs chapter 24, Proverbs, verse 10 to 12. If you falter in a time of trouble, how small is your strength? Rescue those being led away to death. Hold back those staggering toward slaughter. If you say, but we knew nothing about this, does not he who weighs the heart perceive it? Does not he who guards your life know it? Will he not repay everyone according to what they have done? Okay?
Mr. Jeff Eklund, you want to wait till you're, oh, you want to speak now?
Mr. Cobb, still, you're probably let us not. All right.
First of all, I looked at the agenda for tonight's meeting, First of all, I was very shocked to not see an executive session on there. That was kind of interesting. I noticed on line item 8E, you are asking to hire a consultant to evaluate the placement of an election for the economic development and possibly taking money from the Crime Control Prevention Board, which is the board that supports and promotes the Kirby Police Department. The voters support Crime Control Board by allocating funds to support the police department. In this line item option, you would defund, basically take away the funds from the crime board. You would, in effect, be dissolving the board, or at least demoting the board of all work and monetary support that the board gives to the police department. The work would have to be done by the city council and come out of city funds, because the funds that the Crime Control Board receives come from state sales tax that taxpayers approved. In the past, the city had an economic development committee and even established a chamber of commerce with little to no success. Now you are talking about spending taxpayer money to hire a consultant to evaluate economic development and fund economic development using funds that support the police department, and you don't even know if it will work. You are saying that the city council and city funds are capable of taking over the work and monetary responsibilities of the police support. I highly recommend that the city council think this twice before defunding, therefore dissolving the Kirby Crime Board. Otherwise, it seems to me that the city council is trying to take on another task like they did with the senior center. The Crime Control Board works hard and dedicates a lot of time to bring the city and the police department together, and we are successful.
Can you hear me now?
The more the city council tries to take on, the quality starts to go down.
Can you hear me?
You can't run the city by yourselves. It can't be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Jack Miller.
Jack Miller, 48 Dinner, Kind Gordon. Mayor, I told you at the last meeting that your rule, which in effect limits our citizens of their ability to speak on what they want to speak on. For example, they get up here and they talk 5 minutes on something important to the community, and then they want to talk on one agenda item, they can't. And you're going to tell them, no, you can't, because you used your whole 5 minutes because I made a rule change. And I told you that that rule, which in effect limits our citizens' ability to speak, I have a problem with. And I reminded you what I do whenever I see an official take actions that limit somebody's ability to speak. And you understood that that meant that I would implore people to come up here and exercise their 5 minutes that they're allowed. And your response to me was, I quote, bring them on. So those people that are mad at tonight because it's going to take forever to get past citizens to be heard, that's the mayor's fault. I said it. This is wrong. Bring them on. So I have brought them on. But what's important for you guys to know is I put forth about 5% of my effort. And it's resulting in what you're going to experience tonight. And that's people speaking, utilizing their right, and that whole 5 minutes you give them. In 2018, the city of Olmos Park engaged in some stuff like this. But it was in regards to the Second Amendment. On that one, I put forth 100% effort. And within 3 weeks, 1,300 people descended upon that city in person. My point is, I felt it might be only necessary to put 5% effort in coordinating people exercising their First Amendment. But I'm gonna tell you again, if this continues and you continue to have a rule that limits our own citizens from speaking, I'm gonna put forth 100%. I wonder what your response to that is. Is it bring them on? Perhaps we can communicate in the next week or so and figure out where we need to go with this. I don't want to bring a ton of people in here speaking. I don't want to be here any longer than anybody else wants to be here. But if you're going to have a rule that limits anybody's ability to speak at any time, it's a necessary evil that I have to engage in. I reported a water leak. On Saturday, I called the city, and there's a big water leak between my stretch of houses and the apartments behind me. And I measured, because there's one string that comes out onto Dick Gordon. And I was able to fill up 13 gallons within 1 minute. And that has been going on since Saturday. Do the math, that's a lot of water. I think nobody really knows where it's coming from. I think all the houses are flooded. I talked to the residents, they think it's the next door neighbor. I don't know where it's coming from. I suspect it's coming right there where the fence is between the private properties and the apartments. Because it's just, in some places a foot of water just sitting, so you can't tell where the flow's coming from. So I'd like to just let you guys know, I haven't seen any work started, and if there has been, it could have been done without me knowing who am I, right? But if it's being worked on, fine. If it's not, can you guys please look into that? I didn't come here with the intent to get kicked out tonight. Sometimes I do, and I don't hide that. Sometimes my intent is to get kicked out. Get my warning, get kicked out, because I got something to say and a point to make. And when I do get kicked out by the mayor, I leave. I don't give the police a hard time. I leave. Not quietly, but I leave. Tonight, I already got my first warning because I thought it was important. And I think it's important that when anybody is speaking at any of these microphones, whether it be you or a citizen, everybody here needs to hear what they're saying. The person that's up here at this podium or on Zoom deserves to be heard. And by not being able to hear a person on Zoom, I was hoping, Mayor, that you would be like, hey, let's stop the Zoom. Let's continue with the rest, maybe emails or whatever, while we work on the speaker problem. And all I wanted to do is say, hey, there's an issue. Just to be sure, I wanted to make sure, was there anybody else besides me that was having trouble hearing it? And I think a lot of people were. Can I get a warning for that? Okay. Please stop engaging in activity that limits a person's ability to speak. Otherwise, I just got to keep putting pressure on to do that. I'd rather not focus on other things. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Dahlia, is it A or H?
A.
A? Oh, Jim, okay, go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, no, I want to speak during, item 8B, if that's okay.
8B?
I want to speak during, item 8B, if that's okay. 8B, I want to speak during, item.
Okay. So then we'll move on to now to the emails. First we have Mark Ruin.
What's the name?
Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
Mark Ruiz.
My name is Mark Rees, and I live at 2812 James Wood. Roasted wild boar leg secret recipe I'm sharing to my beloved community. The wild boar leg can be cooked in the oven or in a barbecue pit using indirect heat. Be aware that wild pigs make the carriers of the Trechiniya parasite, which means that the meat must be cooked to a safe temperature before eating. Trichinosis is killed when the meat reaches a temperature of 137 degrees Fahrenheit. Cooking tests have confirmed that cooking pork to a temperature of 150 degrees Fahrenheit results in not only a safe meat, but a more pleasing texture as well. Insert a meat thermometer into the thickest part of the leg and remove from the heat when the temperature reaches 150 degrees Fahrenheit. Wild boar is a really lean meat, so it benefits from a sauce to add moisture. Here's what you need. Kosher salt, black pepper, mustard caper sauce, 6 tablespoons butter, a half a cup of dry white wine, 2 tablespoons of Dijon mustard, a half a teaspoon of Worcestershire sauce, 3 tablespoons of capers well dried. Direction number 1. Season the wild boar leg with salt and black pepper. Use a bit more salt than normal because this is a thick piece of meat. If time and planning allows, it is best to season the meat 1 to 2 days ahead of time. Wrap or cover the meat with plastic wrap and allow to dry pure in your refrigerator until ready to cook. Direction 2. Preheat oven to 275 degrees Fahrenheit. Place seasoned wild boar leg on a foil-lined rim. Cook until the internal temperature of the leg is 150 degrees Fahrenheit at its thickest part, about 4 hours. It is impossible to cook a cut this size by time guidelines, so using a temperature probe or thermometer is a must. Direction 3. While the wild boar leg cooks, mix the mustard sauce. Melt the butter over low heat, mix in wine, mustard, Worcestershire sauce, and capers. Stir to blend, keep warm until ready to use. Step 4. When the leg reaches the desired internal temperature, remove it from the oven and increase the oven temperature to 500 degrees Fahrenheit. Return the leg to the hot oven and roast until surface is nicely brown. About 10 to 15 minutes total. Rotate the leg to brown all surfaces evenly. Pull the leg from the oven. Allow the rest for at least 15 minutes. Then slice pieces about half thick. Serve with mustard sauce, spoon over the top. Recipe note, estimate about 3/4 pound of total leg weight per council member. Thank you for your 14 times, Mark.
Thank you. Next we have email Wayne Kirk.
Please read this email carefully, for I have some concerns about our future relationship in our community. I and my family have businesses and family who resides here in Kirby, Texas. And the past few months, it appears government body is trying to violate people's working rights to speak freely, and the new working mayor is not taking working control on anything to support our community and most working according to our working rights. Now the question is, how city of Kirby officials are going to fix this problem? We want answers without retaliation to anyone in our city. We all took an oath in the Senema Bitchin country to protect the Constitution from tyranny and forcing people like you thinking you can get away with it. These games you're playing in our city has consequences. I assure you, I'm falling into Texas Penal Code 42.01, which is below as it states, Penal Code Title 9, Offenses Against Public Order and Decency. Chapter 42, Disorderly Conduct and Related Offenses. Section 42.01, Disorderly Conduct. A. A person commits an offense if he initially or knowingly uses abusive, indecent profanities or vocal language in a public space, and the language by its very utterance tends to incite an immediate breach of the peace. 2. Makes an offensive gesture or displays in a public place, and the gesture or displays tends to incite an immediate breach of the peace. 3. Creates by chemical means an noxious and unbearable odor in a public space. 4. Abuses or threatens a person in a public space in an obviously offensive manner. 5. Makes unreasonable noise in a public place other than a sports shooting range, as defined by section 250.001 local government code, or in near a private residence that he has no right to occupy. 6. Fights with another in a public place. 7. Discharges a firearm in a public place other than a public road or a sports shooting range, as defined by section 250.001
We appreciate all the
local
support.
government code. 8. Displays a firearm or other deadly weapon in a public place in a manner calculated to alarm. 9, discharges a firearm on or across a public road. 10, exposes his anus or genitals in a public place and is reckless about whether another may be present who will be offended or alarmed by his act. Or 11, for a lewd or unlawful purpose. 8, enters on the property of another and looks into a dwelling on the property through any window or other opening in the dwelling. Thank you. Wayne Kerr of Kirby, Texas.
Thank you. Next, we have Danny Flunker.
Hello, City Council and Mayor. I am unable to attend the meeting, the 1026 meeting. I would like this to be read into the record regarding your public comment policy. The First Amendment to the United States Constitution is critically important because it guarantees several fundamental freedoms that are essential to a democratic society giving the people a voice. Freedom of speech protects the right to express
You guys are
opinions,
great.
ideas, and beliefs, even if they are unpopular or
To the
controversial.
whole sheepdog family out there
This freedom is vital for
supporting
open
with
debate.
emails.
Many governmental bodies strike
appreciate
a
it.
balance between allowing members time to speak on every agenda item and maintaining efficiency. This should be done by allowing a specified time for public comment, prioritizing items, and allowing extra public comment time for each agenda item. This approach seeks to balance the advantages of inclusivity and transparency with the need for effective governance. In closing, First Amendment protects our
This is
foundational
Patrick.
to the principle of
Sheepdog stepped out.
democracy and individual liberty. The First Amendment is first for a very good reason. Respectfully, Danny Faulkner. Shalom and Godspeed. And it says shalom.
Thank you. Next, we have Brent McCain.
My name is Brent McCain. I reside at 1137 Trails End Road, Waco, Texas. It has come to my attention that Mayor Greider has implemented a rule that members of the public are limited to 5 minutes to speak. This is a total of 5 minutes, which to best of my knowledge does not cover each agenda item as well as the citizens to be heard portion, but lumps it all in as one. As I'm sure all members of the council are aware, HB 2840 passed during the 2019 Texas legislative session relating to the right of a member of the public to address the governing body of a political subdivision at an open meeting of the body. HB 2840 in short states the following. A governmental body shall allow each member of the public who
pissed off at me
desires
right
to
now.
address the body regarding an item on agenda for an open meeting of the body to address the body regarding the item at the meeting before or during the body's consideration of the item. I think we can all agree on this. What is troubling to me, however, is the fact that Mayor Greider seems to think she can limit the public's speaking time to just 5 minutes total for all agenda items. That is not how HB 2840 was written, at least in my opinion. Section 551.007 expressly authorizes a governmental body to adopt reasonable rules regarding the public's right to address the body, including rules that
Keywords,
limit
read
the total
simple.
amount of time that a member of the public may address the body on a given item. The AG did issue an opinion regarding the following question, which I believe is a major concern of many citizens of Kirby and other parts of Texas. Opinion number KP-0300 reads, authority of a governmental body subject to section 551.007 of the government code to regulate public comment session during open meetings. RQ-0313-8.
Yeah, it is
The
human.
Attorney
So.
General ruled that the governing body could set a reasonable cap on the total time, but stated that the amount that was reasonable depending on several factors such as the number of agenda items and their complexity. I strongly believe that the city's rule on total time limits is unreasonable. Black's Law's dictionary defines unreasonable as not guided by reason, irrational, or caprice. The council's time limit for all included agenda items is certainly not reasonable for both the citizens to be heard portion of public comment as well as lumping all agenda item comments together for 5 minutes public comments. And looking over today's city council meeting agenda, I noticed 11 items placed on the agenda for discussion and possible actions. 11 items. 5 minutes total time for public comment on 11 agenda items is unreasonable. especially
Look at the
given
mayor.
with the
She
production of
doesn't
AG
care.
opinion number KP-0300, authority of governmental body subject section 551.007 of the governmental code to regulate public comment sessions during open meetings, RQ-0313 KP. And watching a number of in Kirby city council meetings over the past few months, I see a pattern of abuse by mayor and other council members. While the Texas Open Meeting Act has authorized local government to create certain rules pertaining applying a time limit to members of the public who desire to speak, it is unreasonable to enforce a 5-minute total speaking time, considering the number of agenda items that are to be discussed, and I believe that AG opinion number KP-0300 backs this up as being just that, unreasonable. The Act provides civil remedies and criminal penalties for violation of its provisions. District courts have original jurisdiction over criminal violations of Act as misdemeanors involving official misconduct. Section 551.142 of the Act provides as follows. A. An interested person, including a member of the news media, may bring an action, may mandamus, or injunction to stop, prevent, or reverse a violation or threatened violation of this chapter by members of a governmental body. B, the court may assess costs of litigation and reasonable attorney fees incurred by a plaintiff or defendant who sustainably prevails in an action under subsection 8. In exercising its discretion, the court shall consider whether the action was brought in good faith and whether
I should charge the mayor with official oppression. If I should press charges for official oppression on the mayor, say yes.
Citizens of Kirby's best interest for you all to stop with the attacks on speech. Thank you for your time. Brent McCain.
Thank you. Next we have
Great email,
Gina
man.
Brennan.
Gina Brendis and Michelle Holder. Good evening, Mayor Greider and City Council members. I'm reading this on behalf of Gina Brendis and Michelle Holder, owners of Dean's Used Car Lot on FM 78 in between the Shirts Bank and Trust and Dairy Queen. Our late father, Dean Taylor, started Dean's Auto Parts and Service back in 1970. Dean's Auto Parts and Services would eventually become Dean's Used Cars. We have been proud community members for 50 plus years. On September 27, 2023, starting a little before midnight, a gentleman entered our property from FM 78. He then proceeded to break into our office, where he would spend the next 3 hours going through and gathering things he would later steal. He stole 3 laptops, a 55-inch flat-screen TV, a bookshelf stereo, 20 titles, and keys to the current inventory we had on the car lot, a microwave and a washing machine that was used to clean the towels we washed with the cars with. He tried to steal our full-size refrigerator, but could not get it through the door, so instead he destroyed it.
Damn.
He later got into a 2015 Chevrolet High County pickup and loaded it up with all our belongings that he gathered inside our office. He then proceeded to leave by driving through our back fence onto Old Seguin Road, leaving it mangled and destroyed. At 8:30 a.m. the next morning on September 28, 2023, another gentleman came in through the back fence and got into a 2010 GMC Yukon Denali and stole it, exiting through the same mangled fence. It was 6 minutes later that the first employee would arrive at work. We have recovered these 2 vehicles, but as you can imagine, they're in dire straits. We even had to travel to Fort Worth to recover 1 vehicle. Michael Sperlin was caught with our vehicle in the process of another burglary. He remains in the Tarrant County Jail. It remains unclear if the Kirby Police Department has filed or will file any charges against suspect Michael Sperlin for the burglary of our car lot. To make matters even worse, on October 16th, we would be hit again. This time at approximately 4:45 a.m. on October 16, 2023, a woman and man showed up at the back fence facing Old Seguin Road and proceed to cut the lock at the back gate to steal 2 more vehicles. This time they took a 2019 Nissan Sentra and a 2018 Chevy Malibu.
Boy, they were out here jacking Dean's car.
Vehicles still have not been recovered. We feel like sitting ducks just waiting for the next burglary to occur. It has become an epidemic of sorts here in Kirby. I know of a car lot down the street that was broken into. The thieves were unable to drive the cars off the lot, so they instead stole the stereos out of the car. I am sure we are not alone when we say that we feel that the police department is overwhelmed and understaffed. We know they are doing all they can with what resources that they have available. For this reason, I think that the Kirby Police Department needs assistance from the Sheriff's Office to get the crime in Kirby under control. As a community, we must come together and invest in our community. We need to have the ability to recruit and retain a viable police force. The Kirby taxpayers should feel safe and live and work in this community. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Gina and Michelle.
Thank you. And last we have Robert Kyle. Is he still on Zoom?
He is not.
Okay.
Well. Damn, that was
Moving on to 6A, consideration of an action on minutes, regular minutes, July 6, 2023. Councilmember Garza?
I was reading through these minutes on, what was it, July 6th, right? And it's showing on these minutes that I was present and that I voted, but that was the one where we just did these two agenda items. I don't believe I was present. As a matter of fact, I watched a video. I'm not present. I don't vote. So these minutes need to be redone. Oh, that was on Saturday.
Do you have,
So that was during the period me and Patty had transitioned, and I didn't realize we didn't have minutes for those yet, so I wrote them up. I can go back and re-review.
Okay, thank you.
okay. So we'll bring those back. Next we have B, regular minutes, October 12, 2023.
Mayor, yeah, the only thing that I had about these minutes particularly is if you look at, after our deliberation in closed session where we reconvened, it doesn't say what action was taken and it doesn't give a vote, but there was action taken and a vote had. So we need to redo that part of it.
Okay. So
I'm gonna adjust the gimbal, guys. Hang tight.
Mayor, we'll give out time to make the motion to suspend the rules. We all voted on it. That's what's missing.
you mean when we're terminating this contract?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, okay. So, yes, that's a big portion that's missing. That's, yes. Okay, so you make sure that's in there. So we'll bring that back too. Okay. All right, so next we have 7A, presentations, Gibler Engineering Introduction Presentation.
Mayor, Council, my name is David Gibler. It's a privilege to be here tonight to speak to you. I own Gibler Engineering. We're one of the engineering firms that works for your city. We have worked for you folks since 2014. And I have with me Greg Wassam, who has been personally involved in a lot of the projects within your city. We know that there's been a lot of change at the city, and one of the reason we're here tonight is to reintroduce ourselves to those of you that we haven't met before, and just to give you some perspective on some of the processes that have been going on over the years and that we have worked on recently, hopefully to educate you and just help you get a beat on where some of the engineering issues are and how we might be able to help you. Our firm is Gibler Engineering, and Yeah, we were founded in 1999, so we're actually 24 years old. We have two offices, one in San Antonio and we have one in Pennsylvania. Yeah, my dad is an engineer. I tried to be a veterinarian, but apparently the genetics were too strong. So I'm an engineer too, and runs strong in my blood. I've been doing this for about 36 years now, and really enjoy it. I think the essence of engineering is it's about helping people, and so the way that we judge our success is, did we help our clients and did we fix their problems? Did we leave them better than we found them? So I know that that's what councils do too. They serve their constituents, and so we are a tool for you to use in that process. So we specialize in municipal engineering and water resources. So when we're not working on water systems and drainage issues and things like that, then we're working on dams and floodplains. So those are typical things we work on. Anyway, we've been with you folks since 2014, and what I'd like to do is turn it over to Greg so he can walk with you through the different types of projects that we've been helping folks with.
Pleasure to meet you all. Like David said, my name is Greg. Been working with him for a few years now. So I'm just going to run you all through some of the stuff that we've been doing in Kirby the past few years and some of our capabilities. So if you could skip forward. This is just some information. We work for a few of the cities around here, designated city engineer for Olmsted Park and Great Forest. And we also do work for Universal City, Balcones Heights, Live Oak, Bear County, and Mountain County. So, City of Kirby, y'all span an area of 2 square miles, have about 9,600 residents with 28 miles of streets, and in there's 8 miles of ditches and creeks, 0.4 miles of storm drains, 29 miles of potable water mains, and 2 Edwards aquifer wells. So there's plenty of utilities within the city that need maintenance and everything. So here's an overview of some of our current stuff that we do here. We do stormwater, drinking water, deal with drainage, some sewer, and some floodplain stuff. So this next few slides are going to go into detail about some of those. Okay, so stormwater. What stormwater is, what we mean by that is really erosion and pollution control in streams and bodies of water. It came about as a result of the 1972 Clean Water Act. So the EPA developed these regulations at the federal level, and then they passed them down to the states to be able to manage those things a little bit better. So our state regulated agency is the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, or the TCEQ. So, like David said, we've been working here since 2014, so that's when we first updated the city stormwater management plan. Annually, we implement that plan and we update it as required for the state and for things that we find throughout the city. And part of that, here's a few examples. We develop and update city ordinances, inspect construction activities, review municipal maintenance and operations, inspect for illicit discharges, and all that at the end of the year gets synthesized and the form of a report that we deliver to the TCEQ. That's the next slide. The next is drinking water. We developed a risk and resilience assessment report for the EPA back in 2021. And basically what that required us to do was have an in-depth look of all the city's infrastructure in regards to their water system. And we found 2 important things. One is the need to update or replace some aging infrastructure as far as water mains go. Some of those were installed like back in the 1970s. And the other thing was that we identified the need for an additional water sources. Currently there's 2 Edwards aquifer wells. Now since then, we've designed the casing repairs at well number 3, and we're currently designing the casing repairs at well number 2. And also at the moment, we have been assisting, talking with the Public Works Director about determining how to get another wholesale connection that can assist y'all with more water if need be. The next is drainage. We developed a floodplain ordinance for FEMA. So that was just a requirement by FEMA for how to build and deal with building around the FEMA floodplain, which y'all do have one coming in the city down in the creek. We also developed a drainage master plan. We also developed a drainage master plan, and in that we identified 25 areas around the city that had poor drainage. So in that picture there, that's on Ackerman and Boatman. That was just one of the 25. You know, it's got kind of low area where cars can get their wheels wet when it rains. But we also identified some, the storm drain system. We cameraed the system, see if there are any issues, any broken spots, or if flow is being diverted correctly. And in the end, we identified $6 million in construction costs for potential repairs. Then we have sewer. So for sewer, we've done some sewer here as far as investigating sewer backups and overflows, but we also have the capability to design and oversee sewer rehabilitation and installation projects. Next slide. And then finally, we have the floodplain. So we do a lot of water resources. So in that, we do floodplain modeling, we deal with floodplain regulations, or that's sort of that FEMA ordinance. We develop LOMARs, which is a conditional letter of map revision. This is something you have to do anytime you want to build in the floodplain, and also LOMARs, which come after that. And then one thing that we've done in the past year is we reviewed the last FEMA floodplain update. That was back in 2020 for the city. I think it was the previous administration. So then, in conclusion, just kind of an overview again. We provide stormwater, drinking water, drainage, sewer, floodplain, municipal help for the city. We have done that. Just kind of want to refresh it and bring that back up to your attention. And that's all I have. So if anybody has any questions, ready for them.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, with for presentation, we have B, Beautification Recycle Committee, Yard Recorder. Ms. Williams, you want to come on up?
I'm sorry, please.
Accepting this on behalf of Harold and Lily and Lucy on Vine Press. They've been 56 years here in Kirby, well-deserved award. We will present the certification to them as well as the plant. You go by their house, I know you want to congratulate them. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to them for their winning Yard Recorder. Next, we're moving on to AA, discussion and update on correcting the resolution number for the cafeteria plan.
That was rude.
Yes, ma'am. We had given the resolution number originally 764, and then when the resolution with Dr. Rowland was passed, it was given the same number. It is easier just to change the cafeteria resolution number, and that's all we do.
Okay, do we need to take a vote on that?
I do believe so, because it's a change of the number.
We do, okay. And what was the new number?
766.
766. And the old number was 764?
Correct.
Mr. Reeves, how much time do you have left?
1 minute, 18 seconds.
Did you want to use that now?
I would like to speak on each agenda item, as I signed up to do. Yes, I would.
Okay, his minute left, you can start the time now. Go ahead.
Time started now.
Minute
We're
17.
requesting from the board a reasonable amount of time to speak on each agenda item. I don't want to waste your time and play games with you. I'm not going to speak on this, but I'm going to ask you each and every time to vote to allow me to speak. Stop my time.
108.
All right, thank you.
No, that requires action.
108.
You said that you said stop or you're done speaking. I'm confused.
Mayor, I make a motion that we allow him 3 minutes to speak on this agenda item.
A second.
We have a motion on the table to allow Mr. Reeves to speak on this, 3 minutes to speak on this agenda item.
We're not done, guys. We are not done.
Councilmember Martin. Call roll.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Councilmember Hitt,
No.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
No.
And there goes the drunk and the follower.
Mayor Greider,
No.
May I use the rest of my time?
Yes.
3-2.
Thank you. Start the time now.
Start the time.
If you'd given me the opportunity to speak, it would have taken less time than it would have taken you to make that vote. But we're going to keep pushing this. Stop my time.
Stop this time, please. Thank you.
112.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we have a, so the resolution needs to be changed from 766 to 764.
Mayor, I make a motion that we change the resolution number for the cafeteria plan from 766 to 764. Oh, I'm sorry.
We are playing time games with them. So what you just saw is going to happen over and over and over again until he uses up the remainder of his time. He has 1 minute and 12 seconds.
766, 764 to 766. First by Councilmember Garza, second by Councilmember Lozano. Please call roll.
Councilmember Hitt,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Papadakis, Mayor Greider,
Yes. Passes. Moving on, discussion and possible action on releasing 4907 Orchard lien due to tax sale. So we have, she's on Zoom. I was about to say yes. She is on Zoom. Okay, hold on one moment. Would you like to speak now?
I'll wait for the Zoom here. I'll wait for the person.
You can go ahead and speak right now. Start at time.
You can start my time now. Again, I would ask the board to give me a reasonable amount of time to speak on each agenda item. Stop my time.
Mayor, I'm going to give you 3 minutes to speak on this agenda item.
I second.
So we have a motion on the table to allow Mr. Reeves to speak on this agenda item. First by Councilmember Martin, second by
We're going to do
Councilmember
this the
Garza.
rest of the entire meeting.
Please call roll.
Councilmember Hitt,
No.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Papadakis, Councilman Garza,
Yes.
Mayor Greider,
No.
3-3.
Okay.
Mayor, I
Ms.
signed up to
Dahlia,
speak on all items.
you have time left?
Mayor, I'm going to give you 3 minutes to speak on this item.
I second.
You may have time left, so, oh, that's fine.
I might need additional time if I have anything left. I probably got like 4.5 minutes left. I'm gonna talk for like 30 seconds.
A minute and 31 seconds.
Okay, start the time.
I'm gonna need additional time if, I could request additional time to speak on this. Stop my time, please.
So who was the motion for? You was first, you?
And I second motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to let Mr. White have additional time, speak for 3 minutes. First by Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Garza. Please call roll.
Councilmember Hitt,
No.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
No.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Papadakis, Mayor Greider,
No.
3-3.
Okay,
Okay,
Can you
do not
start
start,
time?
no, do not start my
Oh,
time.
so
I'm
you
gonna
don't want
reserve my
time.
time until I'm ready to speak again. Mayor, my time doesn't start until I start speaking on the agenda item, not when you say so, just so you know.
Did you stop his time?
If somebody could
Okay,
check Sally,
thank
she
you.
might
Can you
be able
get,
to direct
the
those.
Zoom for, was it Miss Dahlia?
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Ma'am, you wanna go ahead and speak on this agenda item?
Hi, no, are you here to answer any clarifying questions?
She's the property owner.
She's the property owner.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a delay between the Zoom and, your YouTube, so I can't really, I do apologize, but there's a delay. No, I was on here to, answer any clarifying questions regarding the property at 4907 Worcester Lane. I'm the current owner, who purchased the property at the tax lien foreclosure.
Okay, the discussion, go ahead, Councilman Martin.
Ms. Delia?
Ma'am, what's your last, I see just says Dahlia, what's your last name?
Alvarez.
Ms. Delia, when you bought this property at,
And again, I do apologize for the delay.
4907 Orchard Lane, you realize there was a lien against it by the city?
Okay, are you likely to point the camera to the council members so I can see them, please?
Yes, ma'am, the question I asked was,
Thank you.
when you purchased this property at 4907 Orchard Lane, you realize there was a lien against it by the city of Kirby?
My understanding, there is an existing structure on the property. It's vacant land at the present moment. And my understanding, the lien, or the majority of the lien, is for the property when it was, torn down, I guess, by the city, and, there was a lien against it.
That's correct. And you realize that when you purchased this property?
Yes, sir, I put that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Garza?
I don't really have any questions particularly for the landowner, but I did want to bring your attention to a page of which I gave to all of you. And it has highlights and looks like this. Please pull it out. Okay, so if you read through this, it is actually from the Bear County Tax Sale Lien Foreclosures from Sheriff Javier Salazar, Bear County Sheriff's Office. And it basically discusses the the process of bidding through the Bear County tax sale auctions. Now, last week we were given some legal advice that was stating that the moment that a tax property is sold, the way this was through a sheriff's deed, that it would automatically take off the liens on that property. However, after reviewing this particularly, the Bear County Tax County Sale Lien Foreclosure, the paper that I have given you, it talks about purchasing the property as is. And it says, the Bear County and the City of Texas, the taxing units have no liability or responsibility for the condition of the property or the title of the property that are sale. And the suggestion there
The guy that you translated for. Yeah. So I met him because I had.
Hey guys, I just wanted to let you know what's going on now. So I'm going to go back in here in a minute because it's important, because one of our guys is going to use up his minute on every single agenda item doing what you guys just saw him do. And the point he made is that they could have just let him speak for it. They could have just let him speak for a few minutes, but now they have to actually take a vote because every time he gets up there, there's going to be some council people that are who recognize that this is a problem, and they know that the appropriate thing to do is to make an motion to allow him to speak. And that's what they're doing. Now, the majority, the tyrants, control the majority of the council. So we know that they're going to vote no to not allow him to speak. But nevertheless, they're going to spend this time on every agenda item. And it's really a warning to them, because we're only doing it with 1 or 2 people today. But imagine if they had to do this with 10 people on every agenda item. Get out your calculator, multiply the time that would take. Now today, a lot of people came in, answered my call to help in this situation, putting pressure on them. And it took what would have been probably 20 minutes worth of citizens to be heard, and it turned it into an hour and 45 minutes. So I want to say thank you to everybody that signed in on Zoom, that sent in emails, and that showed up here today. This ain't over. The plan is I'm going to communicate with the mayor, encourage her to rescind this rule that interferes with people's ability to speak. And if they're going to do that and go back to the way they were doing it, and which meant that all the citizens here in this community could come up here and talk about what they needed to talk about, then I'm done with this issue. But if she doesn't and she wants to, that's me, but just you can deliver it to the police. Anyway, the point is, I'll be talking to the mayor, and if she says, she don't care or bring him on again, then guys, I'm going to enlist your help again for the next meeting, which is in 2 weeks. It's on a Thursday, same time, same place. And I'm going to ask you guys to send in emails to have them read. Make sure they're at least 5 minutes long. Sign in on Zoom or come in person. So stay tuned. I will get back with you guys on everything I learned about tonight. Whether or not the mayor is going to realize this was a horrible idea to limit people's ability to speak or not. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for chiming in. I really appreciate it. I don't think there's going to be too much drama tonight, but we are doing this whole vote thing. She was banging her gavel earlier and screaming at everybody, warning everybody, screaming, banging her gavel. She may start doing that again. I don't know. You know me. Things can change fast in an instant. So anyway, thank you guys. I'm going to go set this back on the tripod. And actually, I'm going to have a smoke first, and then I'm going to go in. So I'll try to look at some comments while I'm out here having a smoke. Oh, hey, I'm live streaming. You want me to incorporate you into it? Because I will. About your situation there in New Braunfels? About acres and all that shit?
Oh, you can put me when I'm talking.
Everybody knows about it.
They do?
I mean, everybody knows about it. They've seen the videos.
Yeah, Taya did really good.
Hey, check this out, guys. I got a special guest. Here.
Oh, I didn't realize you were on the YouTube right now. Oh, you meant you were live streaming.
They're not looking at you. They're looking at me.
Oh, I can't see you.
All right, so I got to... Hold on. I want to show them your face. I don't want to show them your face yet. So, anybody who can answer this question, the first person that can answer this question, and the question is, what is her name? That's the question. The question is, what is her name? Anybody, the first person to answer, and I'll go back and figure out who the first person was, but I should be able to see it here. But if I don't worry. If you're the first person, you're going to get a prize. You're going to get a Protect Free Speech shirt. Not this one. This one don't smell too good. But you're going to get a brand new Protect Free Speech shirt.
I guess?
And you're going to get an autographed copy of my new book, Sex After 50. No joke.
You really made a book?
I got a book out. It's called Sex After 50.
Did your wife help you write it?
Anyway, I'll autograph that and send that and the shirt to you if you can answer what her name is. Now, I'm going to give you a few clues. Her name does not start with a Z. Okay, that's your first clue. Does not start with a Z. And it does not start with a U. That's 2 clues. No Z and no U. It doesn't. Her first name does not start with a Z and a U. And I need her first name really. First name. She is most notorious for flipping off a police officer here in Texas, and that officer broke away from his traffic stop to pull her over and ended up writing her a ticket for not using her turn signal, which she did. And we're currently working on the whole situation here. It's nearby. It's nearby. That's another clue. It's nearby. The officer ended up writing her a ticket for not using her turn signal, but she was live streaming. She never shut her live stream off, which should be a lesson to everybody. She never turned her live stream off. So she was recording and she never turned it off. Well, the dumb cop, and man, he is dumb. He is dumb. He's stupid. Stupid.
He really is.
And he's a liar.
He is that.
And he's a tyrant. Anyway, he doesn't know it's live streaming. He doesn't know it's live streaming when he's talking to his buddy. He doesn't know it's live streaming when he's talking to his supervisor. He wanted to arrest her and take her to jail for not using her turn signal. Really, it was because she flipped him off when she drove by.
Yeah, I guess he did say that, didn't he?
Because he said that, and he got caught on the live stream. Then the supervisor was like, "Ah, man, do you arrest anybody else for not using their turn signal?" And he said, "No." Then you're not going to arrest her. But he wanted to.
He did.
So he was overridden by the supervisor. He took you to jail?
No, but he did. He had already.
But
he already called a tow truck.
Oh,
and
he already
the
handcuffed
car
her. He
to the
put her
car.
in the back of the patrol car. He called a tow truck.
The guy
he
was
was
gonna transport
taking
me.
her to jail for no turn signal. And really, it was about flipping him off. Well, anyway, supervisor got there, overrid him. She received a citation, and she's currently going to court for that. But anyway, if you can tell me her first name, you can find it. Last clue: police accountability report. Right?
That's a good clue. Yeah,
Did
Taya Graham.
a police accountability report. You know, Taya Graham and her people. Police accountability report did a story on her. So the clues are: you got the two letters, the Z and the U. Her name doesn't start with that. It's in a city near San Antonio. It's an officer that pulled her over and cited her for not using her turn signal. He wanted to take her to jail though. And police accountability report just did a story on it. And if you guys can tell me her first name, the first one to tell me her first name gets a Protect Free Speech t-shirt and autographed copy of my new book, Sex After 50. All right. See if I can. Oh, you know what? We got to turn around so we have some light on our faces.
Oh, yeah, we were in the dark, weren't we?
This is her. You can't say your name.
I can't, but I want a shirt.
But you can talk about officer. You can't win a shirt that way. But you can talk about officer. You can talk about the officer, Officer Akers.
He is not very nice. Well,
Don't
my
say
biggest-
where. Don't say what department he's from. We'll
Oh.
get to that in a minute. But you can talk about Officer Akers. What do you got to say about Officer Akers?
A lot, really. I tell everybody.
He's a liar?
He is a liar, yeah.
He's a
That's
liar.
my biggest problem. That I mean, if he would have at any point admitted that he was wrong, it wouldn't have been what it is now. But now it's like, and we're in the same, we live in the same neighborhood. So it's like, I can't just go out and not, my car broke down the other day and I literally freaked out calling the car company to come get the car because I thought if Patrick Akers were to drive up, I would surely be arrested. Like, this is how paranoid I am.
Because he's a tyrant.
Well, and it is. And it's like, I can't go around town without worrying about him seeing me.
He's a dangerous.
Yes,
guys.
he
He's
is dangerous. He proves it.
This is the same officer that detained Ismael Rincon, Corners
Yes.
News. The same officer that detained him when he was filming them
Yes.
for officer safety.
I didn't know that was him until way later.
Dangerous cop. And I know a lot of dirt about this dude. A lot of dirt about this dude. I've had run-ins with him for years now.
14 years. Oh, so anyways, these deputies I'm friends with told me that the reason he left Guadalupe County Sheriff's Office is because he got in a high-speed chase on his day off in his POV with his minor child in the car.
Yeah, bad cop all the way around. Somebody said if she flipped him off, I love her. She did.
I did.
She did, and she will.
And I'll do it again. Yes.
Because it's legal to do.
And because he's a liar.
It's illegal to do, and he's a liar. So she flips him off. Big deal, right? But he thinks it's illegal. Well,
He should just accept that I flip him off because he knows
he's
what
not.
he did.
He's not stupid enough to charge her with flipping him off.
He's not smart either. He
But-
called my car dark black.
But he thinks that he can just get away with stuff, and in this situation, he didn't get away with it because she, number one, started filming the police, which
Lied, yeah.
we always suggest that anytime you're going to have police contact, you start filming,
Oh, yeah.
and don't stop filming until they're long gone. Right?
Because as on Taya's report, they got back to her and said there's no record of the encounter.
Yeah, so they went
said
to
there's
pull.
no body cam or anything.
They went to pull records on the whole encounter, and guess what? The police don't have any records.
Even though there was 3 cars.
Never
and 3
turned his
cops.
body cam on, and they're saying that none of the cars' video cameras were working.
We'll find out though, because I should get discovery tomorrow, I think.
Yeah.
Sometime soon.
So anyway, yeah, if anybody has said her name, I will. Oh! I see your name popping in there.
Let's see.
Brittany is correct. Now, I see that a user by the name of D said Brittany. Now, this is how it's going to work. I'm going to go back later and I'm going to look through the chats as they come in and figure out who said it first, who said her name first, and then I'll let you guys know who it is, and then I'll just ask you to send me an email. If you think that you said it first, go ahead and send me an email. The email is txjack72@gmail.com. And if one of my moderators could put my email up in there, if you think you said it first, send me an email, and I will respond back to you, and I'll get you your shirt and your book.
Yeah, I think it was the D.
And if there's any messages or comments that are being blocked by YouTube moderators, please just allow them in.
Oh, you have people like moderate.
With the exception of racist stuff, I don't.
Yeah, no.
Fuck, if somebody's on there saying racist words like the N word or the S with the spick or anything of that nature, just block them. I don't like racist people.
I don't either. My husband says that word. He's Mexican though.
Yeah, but I don't like people that say racist stuff. So anyway, that's just my own. I mean, you have a right to say it. Don't get me wrong. Don't get mad at me. Okay, or if you get mad at me, I don't give a fuck. But, look.
No, racism is wrong.
I'm all about free speech. You have a right to use the N-word. But if you use it on my channel, I'm going to block you because I don't like you. So.
Yeah, fair enough.
You like to say those words and I don't like you.
Yeah, no.
It's as simple as that. And if that hurts you, get a fucking helmet.
If that hurts
Life
you.
sucks. Life ain't fair.
You're
Life's
not
tough.
allowed to be hurt over the fact that you're racist. That's not allowed.
Yeah. And besides,
nobody cares. Yeah,
if a racist gets their feeling hurts, who cares?
Nobody. They
doubt
should have
anybody
their
really
feelings
cares.
hurt. They're bad.
I doubt anybody really cares. Anyway, I'm going to put the camera back in there because we're going
Yeah.
to continue doing our thing. Thank you guys for watching.
That kid was like so happy about his pizza, but he refused to eat it.
One more thing, and I really don't care if you like it or not. I mean, I do care, but guys, I'm not an asshole all the time, just most of the time. This meeting did get extended. There are police officers here working, and I can tell you the police officers here in Kirby do They do an excellent job. They uphold their oath. They respect constitutional rights. They have refused
to go to New Braunfels.
At the leadership of the police chief, Chief Cardona. They have refused to allow the tyrants here on the city council to weaponize them against us. They will not do it.
And that's hard to do.
They simply stick to the law, and if a law is broken, they're going to enforce it. But they're not going to allow. You know how the officials weaponize the police against us to stop us from doing what we do, exercising our rights. The police here won't allow that.
Organized
They've
crime.
been specifically approached, and with a weaponization attempt against me, trying to file charges against me, and this, that, and the other. They do their investigation, and they, apply the law as it needs to be applied. So for that, and because we've caused them to stay here another hour and a half longer than they might have would have stayed, I ordered them some pizza. I ordered them 2 large Supremes for them to have some lunch while they're here. Some of them are working in the morning, and they're going to be here till probably midnight. So anyway, I did that. So
Yeah, that sucks for them. But
because they do a great job. Got to go through security. So.
did you like the pizza? You're a Supreme kind of guy? Actually, you're lighter. Or volunteer lighter.
You can go through it.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I do. I like mine with jalapenos.
Sounds good though.
It is. You should try it.
That's Officer Ortiz. He's one of our newer guys. Good guy. I'm gonna have to set my phone down for a second. All right, hang tight while I put everything back in my pocket. Here's my card. And then the other side. That's Officer Lee. That's Papa John's Supreme, or yeah, Supreme Pizza. That's our police chief, Cardona. That's Chief Cardona.
All right, Mayor, I make a motion that we move this to the next meeting. Second.
Okay, I have a motion on the table first by Councilmember Gardner, second by Councilmember Martin to table this to the next meeting for Acton Road Change Order 3 and 5. Please call roll.
Councilmember Hitt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano? Yes. Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dr. Decker? Councilmember Garza?
Yes.
Mayor Greider?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I make a motion to take a 10-minute break.
I second that.
We have a motion on the table to take a 10-minute break. First by Councilmember Garza, first by Councilmember Martin, second by Councilmember Garza. Please call roll.
Councilmember Hitt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano? Yes. Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dr. Decker? Mayor Greider?
Yes.
So y'all can say yes.
So 9:36.
At least the World Series is
What?
Melina?
She ain't gonna hear her gavel? Meeting in recess?
She almost broke it doing that.
Oh, maybe it's broke. Maybe she broke the gavel. All right, excuse me. I for one, make no apologies. This meeting could have been over an hour and a half ago. Next time, it's going to run 4 hours over.
Bring it on.
4 hours.
Bring it on.
Guaranteed 4 hours next time.
Bring it on.
This was just an hour and 45 minutes. Next time, it's going to be 4 hours long. I could talk. I would like to talk. Not to you. She don't like me, guys. She don't like me. She's one of the citizens that likes to talk, but she don't like to be talked to. Yeah. Nothing. I don't want to talk to you. I'm talking to the people that are watching you. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to talk to me, you're gonna have to pay. I take, you'll have to pay. I take Cash App and PayPal. $5 a minute. And no, I mean if you did want to talk to me, I'll knock it down to $4.99 a minute. And then hold on, guys. This lady right here, when I first started talking, as I was walking by, she goes, "That was rude." But then she didn't want to talk. Do you want to talk now, ma'am?
I do not.
You don't? You don't want to expound on what you thought was rude? I'm curious to know. Because, I don't like being rude, and you said I was rude, so I'd like to know what I was rude about.
I do not wish to speak to you. I will be back in the meeting shortly.
But I wish to speak to you. Okay. So you just like to tell people they're rude when they're walking by, and then you don't like them to talk to you after that, huh? Horrible human being, guys. You know the type, guys. You're live right now on YouTube, by the way. You could tell 1,000 people how rude I am. People always like to hear, there's a lot of people that don't like me that watch my video, and they would love to hear you tell me how rude I am. Like you would have, if you told them why you think I'm rude, you'd have 500 people on your side. She don't want to talk, guys. She wanted to talk. She don't want to talk now. So, you know me, man. When people approach me and say things to me, I always give them an opportunity to expound on what they wanted to say. But my mistake. She just wanted to call me names and then walk off. I thought she wanted to talk. So we'll leave her alone. Not bad. You're not on the video, and you're doing a great job. Great job. I gave you a little slack when I was talking, but you're doing a great job.
Passing traffic on the other side, you might not see it, or a child walking across, and so only right.
I think
to
it's
the
mostly
right.
because of the turn lane.
Right, because the turn lane is blocking most of it, and it's a blind
That's
lane.
Okay.
So,
You guys get to see a little behind the scenes stuff. We're on break right now, and all the smokers, it's kind of like smoke them while you got them.
So that the,
Are you live streaming?
Yeah.
You tell all your viewers Blue Lives Matter said hi. Hello, folks. The word of the day is bring it on. Bring it on, Jack. Bring it on. You challenge Jack.
That's what the mayor said. Bring it on.
So if you're watching and you're a viewer, these meetings are whenever they are. We don't care if you're from Oklahoma. We don't care if you're from Islamabad. If you want to speak, sign up to speak on Zoom. Oh, that's right. I speak loudly. I apologize.
Yeah, y'all can sign up on Zoom to speak at these meetings.
it's the same login for every meeting.
You can also, it's the same login for every meeting. The same login and password. So you can sign up and speak on Zoom. You can send in emails to the city secretary to be read at Citizens to be Heard, or you can show up in person.
Well,
And we're gonna continue doing this until the mayor starts allowing her own citizens to speak. While she keeps interfering with her citizens' abilities to speak, we're gonna just free speech Armageddon.
And to be quite honest, Jack Miller and I disagree on a lot of things, and I thought this was a bad idea, but sometimes you have to push.
And guys, isn't he doing a great job? He came up with this idea, which I think was a great idea, where he talked for a certain amount of time. He had some time left over. 1 minute and 17 seconds is what he had left over. So now on every agenda item, he gets up there, which forces the council to take a vote, because the mayor came up with this new rule. Now they have to take a vote every time he comes up there, and there's 11 agenda items. And the amount of time that it takes them to do all these votes, they could have just let him speak on an agenda item, and it would have took less time. That's the point, right? And imagine, that's just him doing it. Imagine if we bring 5 people up here doing that, and they're having to take a vote every time they step to the stand. It's a great idea, Tori. Great idea.
Play stupid games,
Pressure.
win stupid prizes. It's unfortunate because you have 3 council members you see voting yes. And by the way, the 4th one who's missing, it's not her fault that I didn't get a good yes, because she would have been the same tyrant Nazi piece of shit, as I will call the mayor, flat out. Tyrant Nazi piece of shit. Because she intentionally denies people the right to speak in accordance with Texas law. So if they feel that this is a waste of their time, they're choosing to have to vote on each and every item like that. The time I would have spoke on these items was limited. There's an item that's very important to me that they tried to sneak by everyone, and that's VIA. And I'll use the rest of my time on that. And then I'll get up to speak again afterwards, and they'll say, "You're out of time." And I got a little surprise from them when she pulls that.
So it ain't over, guys.
It's not
it ain't
over.
over.
It's not over.
We still got some more First Amendment stuff to do. That might be a little entertaining. So
You get to 3, and you're the last one standing, you say, "Fuck you." She don't like me saying fuck. She tried to get them to
here's Patrick, my producer, Patrick here.
What's going on, y'all? The mayor and that gavel is something different.
Man, she was beating on that gavel. Did she break the gavel?
I think it's broken.
It's cracked.
It's cracked. She cracked the gavel.
Man, up there looking like Queen Latifah and set it off.
Anyone else
Man.
notice her picking the bugs out of her hair?
All she needed was a drum machine, man, and we could have.
I thought somebody was trying to play a beat.
Hey, wait till we take all that beating on the gavel and we start incorporating some tunes into it, some music. Oh, it's gonna be great. Hey, if any of you guys out there have skills and y'all can take that footage of the mayor beating the gavel like 18 times and put some music to it and shit.
Email it to us.
Do that and email it to us, bro, and I'll give you
Send you a
credit,
shirt.
man. We'll
Send you a shirt.
send you a shirt. That's gonna be so much fun. That's gonna be great footage.
And just her jumping up dancing about it.
Yeah, banging the gavel, jumping up, dancing, and if you need the raw footage from that, let me know and I'll send you the raw footage if you're gonna make a funny thing out of it. That's yeah. Good times standing up for the First Amendment. Good times. My gimbal's doing something weird here. The hell?
No, I'm serious. But sometimes I'm like, damn, she's shrunk. She's not as tall. And I'm like, okay, do you look alike? There you go. Oh, yeah, I didn't shrink. I'm still. So every time you stand next to her and you're about a foot shorter, it's like, oh damn. I'm shorter than her? I think so. I don't think so.
Oh, Lordy.
Now we're gonna put y'all's plans together. I don't think so.
Man, it is humid out here. It's like 78 degrees and humid like a jungle. She does not look like Chief Cardona.
They are separated at birth twins.
She's
a light-skinned Puerto Rican, bro.
She does not look. No.
She's a light-skinned Puerto Rican.
She don't look like Chief Cardona.
Mira. Come on, see, she understood. Like, come on, we're gonna fix in the walk through. See?
Man, my gimbal's doing something weird.
It's out of order.
What the hell?
Point of order.
Yeah, batteries and all that shit. I might run out of battery before this stream is over, so. Oh, I'm at 35%. That's not bad. So I should be all right for the remainder of the time. Here, hold that, man.
Look, sisters, separated at birth. Y'all stand next to each other real quick.
Oh, sure.
Do they not look alike? That's a light-skinned Puerto Rican.
There's a delay on YouTube.
That's a light-skinned Puerto Rican. I told her, mira, and she came.
That's messed up.
I tried saying I was shorter than you.
You are. Maybe just, yes.
I tried saying I was shorter than you. You are.
See?
You are like 5 inches shorter than
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we set a record
It's Water Fountain Jack.
on mayor gavel blows. I don't think any mayor in the history of us doing this has hit the gavel that many times.
I think we need to check the dais up there and make sure it's not indented. She needs to pay for it if it is.
Little drummer mayor. Boom, 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 boom. All right, you start.
Financial director / HR manager. Mr. Reeves, you would like to speak?
I would like to speak, and I would request that city council give me an additional time, not 3 minutes, but additional time to say one sentence on this subject. Thank you.
Mayor, I make a motion that we give additional time to Mr. Reese to say additional stuff on the subject. Second.
If we have a request by Councilmember Garza.
He's only asking to say one sentence.
On this subject. Please call roll.
Councilmember Hicks?
No, sorry.
You said you wanted one sentence. You said you only wanted one sentence. Okay, I'll amend my motion. I amend my motion to give him 5 minutes to speak on this agenda item.
5 minutes.
Okay, the motion was amended to speak 5 minutes additional on this agenda item. First by Councilmember Garza, seconded by Councilman Martin. Please call roll.
Councilmember Hicks?
No.
Councilmember Lozano?
No.
Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Councilmember Garza?
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Papadakis? Mayor Carter?
No.
And I'll use my time as I have left. How much time do I have left?
A minute and 5 seconds.
I'll start that now. Council, I've clearly demonstrated that you will not even allow a person to make one reasonable sentence. You are tyrants. You are violating my right to speak under the law. And I'll tell you that you definitely should have an outside hiring on this item here. Thank you. Stop my time. Tyrants.
Okay.
Outrageous.
Thank you.
Was the
So
time even
moving
going?
on, we have,
Is it even going?
so how many people do we have on the, how many people do we have on Zoom right now for as far as the agencies?
3.
3 of them are on Zoom right now? Okay, so I'm gonna give the ones here though, time to speak first. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 agencies. Well, no, I'm sorry, that last one didn't reply to us. Okay, so I don't know how we want to go first. Let's start with TriStar. And the TriStar, all of you have this one right here. Hi.
My name is Chris Harrell. I'm with TriStar Talent, and I want to thank all of you for inviting us to participate in this search. I've had the opportunity now to watch former recordings of council meetings and obviously here tonight, and I recognize that this is a tall order. TriStar's been in business over 30 years. We're a women-owned small business enterprise that has supported the city of San Antonio for over a decade, from everything from temp to hire to executive search, the list goes on and on. We specialize in a lot of key areas, from starting with executives to accounting and finance, HR, I know there's a need there as well, and we have demonstrated success through many of the larger enterprises in the city of San Antonio and surrounding cities. We are pretty straightforward business. We are as good as the rest at the search. However, the screening process is our differentiator. The way that we vet our candidates is second to none. We take them through a very rigorous process following the opportunity to visit with you all to understand the exact requirements. It's very easy to look at a job description and say, I can find the candidate for you today. The difference, though, is the things between the lines, the things that the city requires, the things that make the council better, that helps the city as a whole operate in the most efficient way possible. We are not the group that's going to send you many, many resumes. We're going to take the time to scrutinize, to understand the specific need that you require, whether it be city manager or the human resources that you have. It's a very simple process, but it takes seasoned senior recruiters, and the people that we would be placing on this have 16 years individually to deliver on the needs you have. Do you have any questions for me?
Do you have any questions for him?
Question. Yes, it says your direct hire placement fee is 20% of the annual salary. Is there any other fees that are associated other than that 20%, or is that just a flat?
Great question. Flat fee. Our typical, the industry rate is 25%, but when we work with municipalities, we do believe that we should reduce that fee.
Anyone have anything?
I think I have one more thing. Was this was the first? Was this the last one?
No, so what, starts with that, that's the
T2L.
general there. No, so what, starts with that, that's the general there.
Yeah, I know that he gave us this, but I mean, did we ever look?
Sir, we've got 4 or 5 applicants already. Would they be included in your search?
If they've already applied to you, that would not qualify as a candidate that we would present.
I think I was reading here on the guarantee, I was reading here on the process, it's a guarantee, TriStar will provide a 90-day replacement program for all full-time hirees, so we get somebody, it doesn't work out, you'll help us
That's correct.
with that?
Mhm.
All right.
Yes, that full fee would be transferable to the next candidate. That's correct.
And you understand we kind of on a limited income, limited budget?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, when is this payable? As soon as they sign a contract, or how does that work?
It would be invoiced on the date of start.
On the date of start for the,
After the selection's been made, that's correct.
And so since that question was asked about the limited budget, so the reason why that question was asked, because, as our first, I see this is just an example, 100,000 a year. But obviously that's not gonna be the number, correct?
Correct.
It would be higher, correct?
It just depends on what the actual salary is that's selected for the individual.
So you're saying it would be lower for a city manager?
Just depending on whatever the salary is that you would choose to pay for that individual. So if their salary is $100,000 or $90,000, the fee would be the percentage of whatever that salary, the final salary that's decided.
Oh, so you're saying you can find us somebody who, no matter what, so we say we're only gonna pay $90,000, you're saying you can find a qualified candidate to come in for $90,000?
I would be hopeful of that. And ultimately, it's just going to come down to the specific requirements of the individual, and we will get on the hunt for it.
Oh, okay, so the individual, so, okay, I see what you're saying, so the
Yes, it
individual.
basically starts with
they-
salary, and then we'll run through all the requirements that are necessary for the successful candidate. And if they're demanding more, then we would not even submit them as a candidate. That'll all be preset before we even pass candidates.
Yeah, that was my mentioned ones that are talking about. We can't afford 140,000. We can't afford what we've been paying, but we stretched it. And I understand there's about 4 or 5 people there that, want their money, but, we're a limited budget.
Well, and that's the key difference that I was referring to earlier is, in our experience, and this is over 30 years, is when we have applicants that come in, they are more times than not the right fit. This is our team actually going out to the market and targeting individuals that we believe are the right fit, running them through that screening process, right? Initially, it's introducing them to the opportunity of serving the city of Kirby, and then they go through our screening process, right? That they are truly enthusiastic, it's not because we brought the opportunity. So, as we look at these individuals, you set the rate. What do we want to pay this individual? And we're going to look for someone that will meet that requirement.
okay, so that was, was gonna be my question. So the city sets the rate of what we're, willing to pay the person, and then you go into based on that. And whatever other requirements or needs that we're looking for.
Correct. Yeah, that's the first priority. That's the first checkpoint. If they are requiring more salary, then they're automatically disqualified.
What's the time frame we're probably looking at?
Every role is a little bit different. When we look at executives, it could typically be a couple weeks, 3 weeks. Sometimes it's faster. There's no way to really guarantee. The market since COVID is very different. We talk to 10 times the amount of individuals on a daily basis that we typically would in the past. We won't know until we actually actively start the hunt. But again, the fee is only assessed once the individual has been selected by you and they actually start.
So you're saying you possibly could find us somebody in 3 weeks? So wait, so is this is for an interim, or is this for a permanent person?
Either or, whatever the requirement is that you set.
Okay, so in 3 weeks, that's very fast to find executive, a city manager.
Our objective would be to present individuals to you in that number of time.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I'd like to speak with you.
Okay. Yes.
Let me know when you're ready. You ready? Okay, real quick, you said that 3 weeks was quick to find someone, but you and the mayor of Live Oak did it in about 3 days. I'm done.
Okay, you stopped this time? Oh, thank you. And let's make it clear, Mayor of Live Oak, I don't know why her name keeps being brought up into this. It's unfortunate, but this is the game we play.
If we can
Okay,
stay on
so
subject,
we
please.
can go ahead, again, the Mayor of Live Oak, like I said, has nothing to do with this. So, let's move on. So to the next, we have T2L. So we have Mr. Lunt, correct? Or you want to say Chief or Lunt? I don't know.
Micah is fine.
Oh, all right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for allowing me to present to you. You have a lot of firms to talk to, and you have a lengthy agenda that we've all shared, so I'm going to try to be very brief. I know that you have in your agenda packet a proposal that I prepared and submitted to you. So T2L Professional Consulting, first of all, is not a recruiting firm. We do help cities with recruitments, but we're not a recruiting firm. What we are is a conglomeration of public sector experts. I myself serve right now as the interim city manager for the city of Kermit, Texas. I'm a former police chief. I have almost 2 decades of experience in municipal government. My business partner has over 2 decades of experience in municipal government administration, and that's what our team does. We're experts in this field. So what we look to do is to create a partnership with you. Our process is entirely data-driven, and it is unique. We start with a comprehensive assessment of the city. We don't believe that you can hire a person as important as a city manager or a person as important as someone to direct your human resources, your finance director position, without a very clear understanding of where you're at as a city. The other piece that comprehensive assessment does, which you'll get a SWOT analysis, all the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats for the city of Kirby, along with an action plan that we recommend that you implement. So that's on the front end that helps us identify that ideal candidate with you. Whenever the person actually starts to sit in that role, we provide that tool to them. And in every recruitment that we have done, when we're talking to a candidate, one of the things that they say is, do we get a copy of your SWOT analysis and that action plan when we start? Because that would be so incredibly helpful. Never had that starting a position before. So imagine when you hire an executive to come in and take the helm, the time that it typically takes that person to become familiar with the organization, to acclimate, to onboard. We reduce that time by having that assessment done at the beginning. Our vetting process is extraordinarily thorough. We have people not only submit, of course, a resume and cover letter that everybody else does as well, but we ask a series of behaviorally based, data-driven questions based upon your job benchmark that we create with you, based upon a group of subject matter experts that would likely include members of council, members of the public, and members of your executive staff. You all are, and they collectively, are the subject matter experts who knows what the city of Kirby needs. We know how to facilitate that process to help you develop that ideal candidate profile and ultimately create what are called superior performance attributes. And then we utilize a patented assessment that's been in use in the private sector for over 4 decades. And again, it's patented. Organizations like Deloitte, Mercedes-Benz, American Express utilize this assessment tool, and it is phenomenal. Your group that composes your job benchmark committee will also take the front half of that assessment. It's called a job quiz, and that creates a profile. As these candidates come through and they go through our vetting process, we'll have them take that assessment as well, and it identifies potential gaps, and those gaps further direct us in where to go to investigate to bring quality candidates to you. The city of Duncanville tonight, they spent their executive session selecting from among our 3 finalists that we presented to them, and they have been extraordinarily pleased with the quality of service that we brought. To win that engagement with the city of Duncanville, we participated in a competitive bid process. We beat out 3 other firms. So I'm more than happy to go over all of the specifics that are in our proposal. We cannot bring you a candidate in 3 weeks. That is about the amount of time that we need to conduct that comprehensive assessment at the beginning. But we are going to charge you 1 rate, and that rate is what is listed on page 7 of your report, $45,225 for these 3 searches. Not dependent on the salary, it's dependent on the time and the quality that it takes for us to come in, conduct that assessment, vet the candidates, recruit the candidates, put them through that patented assessment, identify and further investigate where those gaps are, and then bring you folks that you're going to be very proud. And our goal is to make a very tough decision for you. To pick between extraordinarily qualified folks that want to be here, that are unique and meet the needs of Kirby. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have.
Anyone has any questions? And so looking at the phases, so those additional phases that says optional, those are indeed optional.
Yes, absolutely. Phase 5 is a leadership transition training. So one of the things that we know, you bring in a new executive leader, whether that be for the entire city or that be for the entire department. There's going to be a significant transitional period of change. We have some fantastic training that we have outstanding testimonials on, where we help the organization prepare for that change. And train them and also train up the individual to come in and take the helm. That's what phase 5 is. Phase 6, which you may or may not even need. So it might even be premature to try and agree to something like that tonight or in the short term. But phase 6 would be based upon things that we find in our SWOT analysis, a completely customized employee handbook and manual with policies and procedures that are legally compliant. And will serve your city well in terms of anything related to employee relations issues. In addition to that, that comes with 16 hours of our training on exemplary followership, leadership, management, and supervision that we provide.
Question. Okay, so the 45,225 would be, I mean, just to look for the city manager, is that correct? I mean, you guys.
That's for three positions, 3 executive level positions, to include the city manager.
Okay.
And is that so if we didn't go with additional phases, so you're saying that's for city manager, financial director, and the / HR, that's for all 3 of those. Is there any other additional fees besides the optional?
No, ma'am.
No additional. That's for 3 positions.
What we're trying to do with that is collect our costs in the beginning. So we would conduct that comprehensive analysis at the beginning. For like your HR and your finance director, we'll spend a little bit more time with any folks that are directly related to that element to try and get the whole assessment done at once. So we're just trying to combine our costs as best we can and pass on those savings.
But this is for three, not individually. What you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Total, yeah.
That's correct.
So the 45 would be to find all three positions for us. If,
Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead.
Oh, it's just, I just wanted, I mean, you realize that our HR and our financial director was kind of like a combined position.
I do. Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I mean, that would definitely just be one specific person. But, okay.
It's my understanding there are some other executive level positions that are currently open just based on job boards and so forth. So we bid for 3. If you only had 2, we could reduce that cost a little bit. It's not going to reduce a lot, but we could reduce the cost a little bit if you just needed us for 2 executive level positions.
And also to, speaking of the 3 different positions, so there has been talk amongst, I talked with him and then some other agencies about that finance/HR position. That's tough because, normally that's not normal. And normally somebody has one skill set, they don't have the other. So I did ask him that if, for instance, it got to the point, because we want people to be honest, so if, I know we've had some applicants that, for instance, they were strong in HR, but they had no finance, but they applied for the finance, so we can't have that. So we're gonna have to have that discussion, but he did bring up possibly about, you were saying about outsourcing, if we need to outsource our HR, that they can help us with that also, since we don't have really a lot of full-time. I just want to throw that out there. You were talking about outsourcing HR possibly, but you said when we get to that in the phases, if that was a discussion that needed to have, you would bring that to us.
Yes, Madam Mayor, the key benefit of our firm is everything we do to bring to you is data-driven based upon experience from folks that are quite literally in the job right now. And, just like I said, I provided you with a proposal that includes an optional element, and I provided you to do that proposal because lots of times it is needed, but it might not be. And if it's not, we're not going to charge you for it or recommend that you proceed in that direction. But experience tells us that sometimes it is. So, when we conduct that comprehensive analysis and come to you, we may look at your top level structure and say, okay, although you have been combining finance director and HR, here's your executive team, here's the strengths and weaknesses that they have. Perhaps reorganizing responsibilities in a different way may better utilize the skills that you have and or allow you to organize slightly in a different element. That's what we bring to the table.
Is there any guarantee with yours?
There certainly is, and it's a year for any position that we place. We'll reconduct the search without charging anything extra.
What period of time? 1 year.
1 year.
1 year.
That's good.
Yep.
And that's, again, that speaks to the reason why our process takes a little bit longer, because we work very, very hard to ensure good job fit.
And that is 12 to 16 weeks average that it'll take to.
Yes, ma'am. That's what as I kind of put together there in the proposal, that's what I'm basing it on. Now, do understand, it's almost November, which means it's almost Thanksgiving, and it's almost Christmas, and it's almost New Year's Eve, right? Those elements tend to slow things down in terms of people looking for jobs and so on and on. Who knows? I can't predict the future, and it certainly won't slow down our efforts in terms of outreach, but it's a tougher time of the year, just logistically.
Any other questions? Councilmember Lozano, any other questions? Councilmember Martin? Okay.
Mayor, Council, it was a pleasure. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we have on Zoom, CPS HR Consulting. We'll go with them next.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about CPS HR Consulting. We can help you with these recruitments. Give you a little bit of background on CPS HR Consulting. We are a self-supporting government agency that provides HR management and consulting services to other public agencies throughout the United States. We work with approximately 1,200 public sector clients, and by charter, we can only work with other public entities because we too are a self-supporting government agency. We specialize in executive recruitment. We've been providing executive recruitment services for over 20 years. We too have several recruiters that focus strictly on recruiting, that have more than 20 years of experience. We have a full team of admin support and executive recruitment staff. We focus on diversity recruiting. Over the past 3 years, 57% of our placements were either female or members of ethnic minorities or both, who make a real effort to ensure that we're bringing diverse candidates to your city. We have success in recruiting non-seeking job talent, so we make a real effort to go out and find people that may not be looking for jobs as well. We're trying to find that ideal candidate for your city based on a needs assessment, a detailed needs assessment that we'll do as part of our kickoff meeting. We have a vast pool of agency contacts. As we've been in business for over 20 years, we have a very extensive database that we would use to help identify candidates. And one of the things that we like to highlight is that we do a client engagement survey after every single recruitment that we do to ensure that our clients are satisfied. And we do have a 4.6 rating out of 5 on satisfaction level with our clients. We did present a proposal that was a little bit different from others. We did suggest just strictly an outreach, and that being, we know that you've been out there searching for candidates, and that it's really finding candidates right now that's been a challenge. So our proposal was really just for the outreach portion of the executive recruitment, and that's something that we can start to do immediately. We too can also help with HR consulting services, or HR, any of your HR needs of the HR consulting service. That is one of the services that we provide. So that's something else that we can do. So and then too, that you'll have our proposal, and we've outlined there what we can do, when we can start, and the timeline. So I don't know if there's any questions that we can answer for any of you. 1,200.
Okay, I have a question. You did submit a proposal that only stated outreach and advertising only. I'm looking at some of the stuff that you submitted, and I'm just wondering exactly what that covers.
It would be working with you to, first of all, what that ideal candidate looks like. And then we would put together a brochure for all of you that would really highlight the skills, competencies that you need for these positions. And we would do a aggressive outreach, so we can use our database to outreach for potential candidates, as well as trying to identify candidates, as I mentioned earlier, that might not be actually out there seeking work, but that fit the profile that you've identified for your ideal candidates. Then we would provide you with a list of candidates to choose from. And we have a delay in the from us talking to your questions, so I'm sorry about that.
Okay, and for your, So I see 10,000 per position. What about guaranteed? I see 10,000 per position. What about guaranteed?
Since we're only providing a list of candidates, we don't have a guarantee on that. We're not doing the full recruitment. So we would provide you with a list of potential candidates for you to conduct interviews and go through the hiring process.
Any questions? No. Any questions? Okay. All right, thank you so much. Any questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we're gonna move to Texas First Group. And,
Get this off the mute here. Mayor?
hi. So the Texas First Group.
Hello, Mayor.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's a CFG.
Mr. Dixon, you're available to speak.
Yes. Okay, Texas First Group, we did not do the searches or the recruitment. We were providing the city with interim management while the searches are being done. The proposals that I gave you, that you have in your packet, is like for the city manager, these were the figures that I was given. That we take the annual salary that's budgeted and add 30% to that, which is an average of benefit packages. We take that total and divide it by 2080, which is an hourly rate that's charged to the city. And the city would pay for the IRS mileage rate for a daily commute. And if a daily commute is not feasible, then the city would provide housing for the associate.
And keep in mind, everyone, that this is just for interim. That's what their service is, not for permanent, it's for interim.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I see that says your company works with clear career professionals if we were looking to make it permanent, correct?
Yes, we have a working relationship with Clear Career.
So how long does it take to get, what's the timeline for an interim?
I could have you an interim city manager probably next week. And I have two associates that are close to you there, one in Schertz and one in San Antonio, and hopefully that they would be available. The treasurer / HR director might be a little bit more difficult. Treasurers or finance directors are very difficult to come by, but I do have a list of 5 associates that I can contact.
Did you have a question?
Okay. Thank you.
Is the one in Schertz, does that have to be through Harris?
No, they're saying their connections, not the applicant.
It says applicants, it says Schertz.
Oh, sir, are you saying one of the applicants are in Shirts, Texas?
One of our associates, not an applicant, but an associate that lives in Sherwood. I had another one that lives in San Antonio.
Okay, I do like this just because with somebody, get somebody in place right now, for interim. But I mean, obviously, we know they want to be permanent, we have to do a continued, search for that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to know as far as it goes for interim, I mean, how does this exactly apply? Because I mean, the interim city manager.
Sorry, the gimbal died.
We would pay in a different manner, right? It wouldn't be based on a yearly budget for his salary. I mean, that's not how I assumed we would hire an interim. I mean, I could be wrong, but I thought that if we did hire an interim city manager, then we would make a determination more of like on a monthly basis or weekly basis or something of that nature, so we would know that, hey, we're looking for a permanent. Because I mean, the way that this, 30% and billed per hour is set up, is it's set up on a year, like yearly totals. So just kind of like it doesn't really fit an idea of what an interim, because they would not be here for that long. So would we base it on the year, or would we base it on how long we have consumption?
We have it on there with like,
You said hourly, doesn't he? You just said hourly, sir?
yes, that, I'm just showing you the
Got the
formula,
whole
how we
police
come up with
department
that
here.
hourly rate.
Some outside the door over there.
3 months, it didn't matter, just be 66
Some inside.
an hour, pretty much. And we pay our consultants 65 an hour, so it's not like,
Yeah, it's not
it's that. So, okay. I do like, and, so for example, let's say that so we could go with your service. I'm just throwing this out there. So for example, let's say we went with your service, and then because we needed an interim for, I don't know, 2 or 3 months. We would just pay the $66 per hour for the interim, and then as soon as we found our permanent, we could just, the contract is over, correct? There's no hidden fees or anything?
Correct. No, the only other fees that are in there, as I said, would be, the city would pay the mileage, for their daily commute. And that would be at the IRS mileage rate, which is 65.5.
Okay.
And if need be, if it came down to it, I would hope not, but if daily commute is not feasible, then the city would need to provide housing for the associate.
I have a question. What is the average, I guess, on a candidate, what is their average daily commute? Do you try to find somebody that's close to the city, or, I don't know, I mean, is it somebody that's gonna be coming from 60 miles away? What does that look like?
No, we're trying to find somebody close to the city, and that's the reason I say that by having associate sheriffs and one in San Antonio. And those would be the first ones I would contact.
And those associates would be the ones doing the, trying to find a candidate or an interim city manager?
No,
Did you need me to repeat that, or?
Look, may I go back to the other? Yes, please.
So, the associate that you have either in Schertz or San Antonio would be the ones to be looking for the interim city manager? Or would the associates be the actual?
No,
Interim
no, they would be the interim city manager.
Okay.
So, the one you have in shirts, it wouldn't be Dale Harris, would it? David Harris.
Yes. If that's not acceptable, then I will call it.
No, nobody's saying that. We don't get the word on the street, no rumors start, no. He's fine.
No.
He's great, no, we have no problems with him.
We just talked
Okay.
about it once, right?
Yeah, he just wanted, he wasn't gonna be here permanent.
And then, if we do find or get the interim city manager and the city, would like to stay with that person, could it become a permanent position for them, or do they have to buy out a contract, or how does that work?
No, if you did want to hire this person to be permanent and they agree to that, then the city would pay a 10%, a one-time 10% fee of the annual salary.
Thank you, sir.
And I just wanna make it clear, everybody, that I know the name was thrown out there, but he does not want to be here permanent. I'm just gonna throw that out there. That's why he turned this in the first place.
But he will, best thing we can do is ask Chief how long he's willing to stay in his position.
Well, the thing is, I don't think that's the issue. I think that, I mean, until we get somebody, period, he's gonna have, somebody has to
Well,
be there.
that's why I said, we
But-
have somebody in 8 to 10 weeks, permanent one. If it'll stay that long,
Interim or permanent.
permanent.
So this service right
I
here, they
understand
are,
that.
oh, okay.
But these other companies can have maybe one in 8 to 10 weeks or 3 weeks. That's
One
what-
said 3 weeks, the other one said 3 months.
But 8 to 10 weeks is 2.5 months.
So,
That's why I'm asking. Gilbert wants that now, and we'll bring Harris. He was just stayed the 3 months.
okay, let's make it clear, we don't know if Harris, and let's don't say like we're offering anybody anything. We don't know if Harris, if he wants to, after everything going on here, I don't know if he wants to come, he already turned it down for a reason, so he probably don't want to come back, but, let's say for interim, whoever he has, because obviously he has qualified, if he has somebody the same, caliber as, Harris, that would be a good thing, right? So do we want to, any other questions for this one first, before we go? Let's don't make any decisions, let's just, you have anything?
No, no, I'm good, thank you.
Sir, I'm sorry, I do have a question. The finance director, so you said you have associates close, in our region, for interim, but for the finance director, do you have an interim that you think?
I have 5 associates that I can contact, and one of my questions is if they could work remotely would help tremendously, but I don't know that I have anybody that close to Kirby.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, and Chief, you said that clear career professional, you said they're not available, right?
They are on.
Oh, they are? Oh, okay. So next we have clear career professionals. Oh, they are? Oh, okay. So next we have clear career professionals.
Yes, Mayor and Council, thanks for having us on this evening, and appreciate the opportunity to visit with you. As you can see from the proposal, I don't want to go over too much, everybody else has already went over. We're a full-service search firm, comprised of retired Texas city managers. I'm retired from the city of Kimberly, the city manager. Kent Meyer, retired from the city of Fredericksburg. And Kelly Kistner, retired from the city of Genoa Valley. We started last year and done about 25 city manager searches over this year. We recently placed a city manager in Hondo and got very successful recruitment down there. We won't be able to find anybody in 3 weeks. Our process is about the 8 to 10 week time frame. And we will come down and visit with mayor and council and kind of get a good idea of what you guys are looking for from a cultural aspect, exactly what kind of leadership traits you want. And then we conduct the search, really leveraging our network. We do a lot of active recruiting, which means we reach out to city managers who we're still associated with through the Texas City Management Association and International City Management Association. And then we also help with the selection process, getting those folks down to hopefully about 4 individuals that can interview in person with the city. And that's kind of our process, a lot like other search firms.
Yeah, I have a question. So this would be primarily just for a city manager and not for finance director?
No, we also submitted on the finance director position. You know, we actively recruit for those as well. And, you know, one person that leads those recruitments, you'll see on the brochure, is Brian Beasley, who's been in East Guard for about 30 years in Texas municipal government. And so we leverage his network, as well as I'm a member of the Government Finance Officers Association, and leveraging that network and my contacts there.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm missing it on the pricing here, because it just gives an overall cost of value of the project. But I didn't see anything for finance director overall cost of value involved in that. But I didn't see anything for finance director involved.
There's a complete separate.
I believe there's 2 separate proposals. Our RP is $16,000 per position. But if we have both positions, I get a $2,000 discount on the finance HR director. So for 2 total positions, it'd be 30. If it's just 1, it would be 16.
Also, do you have any?
Give a 2-year guarantee.
A 2-year guarantee.
TCMA.
Also, do you have any?
Sorry, I heard you talking there, didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, it's a 2-year guarantee. TCMA ethics require, city managers to stay in place 2 years. So we feel really confident that the right fit coming in down there, they'll comply with that ethics requirement. But should it not work, then we do offer that 2-year guarantee for every position that we do forward with.
Any other questions? No.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So it looks like we got through everything. IPM didn't get back with us, as you said, right? Okay, all right. So we have TriStar, CPS, HR Consulting, Clear Career Professionals, Experts Group, and T2L. Go ahead.
Okay, going back to what Councilman Mark was speaking of, and he was asking about interim as opposed to full city manager. We only have one company here offering interim services, and I think what he was trying to get at was whether or not Mr. Hilburn would be willing to go through a 10-week process to allow us to just hire out one of these firms for a full-time, so that we wouldn't have to go with two different firms, one for interim and one for full-time. I think that's what he was trying to say. So it would be something also like he was saying, if Mr. Hilburn was, on this line already of like, hire a interim as quickly as possible, or if 10 weeks would be too rigorous, or if you didn't mind being in the position for that long. So it's more of a question to you, would you mind being the city manager for 10 weeks, or interim city manager for 10 weeks, if that was what was necessary for us to look for a qualified candidate?
I would be happy to do so to serve the city. However, I can tell you I'm ready to go back to the fire department. That is my passion. Not being a city manager, I've never had that desire.
And I just want to say to everybody, I think that it's number one, it is unfair what we are doing right now to Chief Hilburn, and then next it would be, the next person in line is Armando. I just think that it's unfair what we're doing right now for our staff, because we're putting them in an awkward position, because there's things that they need to do, and then they're gonna have to go back and be there with their peers. We're putting them in an awkward position, and we're setting them up, I feel like, for failure. So I'm kind of thinking we should, and also he just said what he said, everybody heard what he said. So taking the interim from the Texas First group, just so we get somebody in here next week. I mean, I don't know what Jeff said, he's basically saying that we're very soon, just for the interim position. And then go with another group, obviously, to get the permanent positions, because one thing we all know that we need, obviously, is a permanent city manager, but most importantly, we need a financial director. So, and I do like the process of the T2L. I like their process. And also I like it now even more that, because first I thought it was 45,000 per, but now that it's grouped together, I do like their process, the T2L.
Okay, yeah, after looking at all of them, I honestly think the process of Clear Career is more congruent to what we're looking for, as well as pricing and everything else that goes along with that. They were kind of my choice.
And the hourly rate is $66, right, for
The interim.
Promise to let us speak.
What's fine?
Well, I'm good. I agree with y'all on that. And, I think, to be fair to Chief Hilburn, he's done a wonderful job doing what he's done. I appreciate everything he's done. But I understand where he's coming from. And I think we need to get in our own players. And hopefully we can get Mr. Harris, maybe just take it. Then we can go, like you said, maybe we can teach to them.
So I just have a question for T2L. With that price on 45,225, you said it was 3 positions?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to just do the one position for the city manager, and would that be, I know I divided it by 3, so I don't know if that's how it would work, if it would be 15 something.
It would not. And the reason is because, and this is the differentiating value that you're going to get with us, is that comprehensive assessment and the SWOT analysis. It's one thing to come down here and have a conversation with mayor and council about what kind of leader do you need. It's another thing to conduct interviews and focus groups with citizens, stakeholders, business owners, the executive staff, conduct a survey with your entire staff to get data-driven input back and use that in the development of an ideal candidate profile. And that's what we do. So I can reduce the cost. If you just want us to look for a city manager, 100% do, but we can't divide it by 3. And if you want to know what that cost is, it's $30,000. Correct.
Well, to be honest, we need the financial director, we have to. I mean, think about it, since the last budget, nobody said anything about it, and we need a financial director. Because our financial consultants have not been coming in as often as they were before, correct?
That's correct. Part of that is because I've been pretty much handling all the payroll, paying the taxes. They're going in, paying the TMRS and helping with some items, yes. Even today, to get funds transferred from tax pool over to our bank account to pay off some bridges, they helped with that. And they are in Puerto Rico right now on a cruise. So they are helping, but they are not putting all the hours that they used to because we have somebody in accounts payable cutting those checks, getting those items taken care of.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah, that's all I have.
Oh, sorry, Councilman Martin.
I just wanna make sure it's clear that you said it would probably take 8 to 10 weeks, or how long?
Mr. Martin?
Fine.
Yes. So, Councilman Martin, what we would do, if you move forward with us tonight, next week, we will start in the process of the assessment. That assessment and the report back to you can be done in about 4 weeks. Then immediately, when that report is concluded, we will start hot and heavy with recruiting. And then it's just a matter of how quickly that comes through. From the time that we receive an application until such time as we've got them all the way through our process, generally about 2 weeks. But the grand total kit and caboodle, I would plan for 10 to 12 weeks, given what we're looking at with Thanksgiving coming, Christmas, New Year's, all that good stuff as well. And I'm just trying to be realistic. We will not slow it down. I guarantee you that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Council, Mr. Michael Boyce has something he would like to ask you. The clear
career professional?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to add something a little bit different, that no matter who you select, I think it's really important that you look at those firms who have experience actually in city management. There's some firms out there who have no experience actually sitting in the city manager position or the finance director position. And I think it's really important that you have somebody who can recruit that actually has that network and understands the impact of the position on your community and on the citizens. And so just wanted to reiterate that that's one of the differences of our firm is, you're getting, retired government professionals who get in and have their role. And I think that's an important component of your consideration.
Okay, I do have, as Mayor Gardner was stating, particularly if we were to go with the interim to get somebody in here by next week, I mean, even on this one, the company that they work with is Clear Career Professionals, and I mean, if we were going to look for a city manager and we are trusting them to get us our interim, I truly believe that it might be best to start off with the Texas First Group to get us an interim as quickly as possible, and then move forward with the Clear Career Pro. I think that'd be useful for us. Also, one thing too is I was a little concerned with the whole thing with Texas First Group is, again, it is based on, the IRS rates of everything. I mean, is there a way that we could maybe cap that? I mean, I would hate somebody driving in from Beaumont every day.
He said he's coming from here.
Oh, he said he had two people that, you know, relatively would hopefully jump in an interim position from Church in San Antonio. He did say that. But in the rare case that those two decide they don't want to, and he has somebody, like I'm telling you, like in Beaumont, you know, I don't want to, you know, get to a point where we're paying, you know, 60 cents a mile, you know, for that.
Well, I don't think he'd be coming every day from down there.
Well, then.
And there would have to be some stipulation of that, I think that's what you're alluding to.
Yeah, that's what.
But, I mean, you know, that wouldn't make any sense to have somebody there, every day, you know. Well, I would think that it would have to be somebody that would be here.
Right, we can say they need to be.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that was more what I was getting at.
Their career is the interim.
No, Texas First Group is the interim.
Yeah, but they use the clear career professionals to find, and that's what it says, the company working for permanent searches, clear career professionals.
Right.
So I mean, you know, we're trusting them for our interim.
Well,
So,
I'm good with that. But I'd like to go with the T2L for the
Permanent.
permanent.
I'm going with T2L too. I would like them for permanent.
I really like clear career for permanent. I mean, not only are they cheaper, but they're, I mean, as far as their setup, it just, they seem to have, you know, done this. And, you know, their function is for city managers or city stuff. As T2L said, I mean, they do also other corporate entity and, you know, they work for a bunch of different ones. And I think we should really go with someone who's really in our industry.
So T2L, from my understanding, when I was looking up your stuff, you do have quite a few cities that you do work with. Is that not correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly correct. So I currently serve as the interim city manager for the city of Kermit, Texas. Former police chief, my business partner, Mike Wilson, is a former city manager and police chief as well, right here in Texas. In addition to that, with Duncanville, when we won their city manager search, they were in immediate need of a finance director, which we placed within 2 weeks. And you contact anyone on the city of Duncanville's city council for any references that you might need for either of those positions.
Okay, so is everybody at least, so one thing does everybody kind of assume or kind of agree that Texas, we need an interim period that comes in? So that would be, well, the only person who does interim here is Texas First Group. So that would be, well, not actually, we have a TriStar, but we're looking for, I assume everybody's going for Texas First Group. Okay, so then we would need some about the permanent, so, again, I'm sticking with T2L, I mean, again, make your motion and just go from there, you know.
Do we need to make that decision tonight?
I'll let you get started, yeah.
I know we're in desperate need, but we need to.
I mean, T2L can push a lot of their SWOT analysis and all that stuff, and I mean, that's all stuff Dr. Rowland had been discussing or talking about or trying to do for the ERSAS for the city of Kirby. So it kind of seems as though, you know, maybe we all went to the same class this year. I'm not entirely sure how it all goes, but I'm telling you, just, you know, cost-wise, I mean, we're talking, you know, how much more extra? It's like an extra $10,000 or 15, 45, right? So, I mean, that's a lot of where this is coming from.
Got 45 for 3 positions.
I understand, but I mean, again, like, we have to make an assessment on the HR director to make a determination whether or not that's going to be a separated position, or, you know, are we going to find someone who's niche enough to be HR/finance director? So, I mean, I don't know if it's really 3 positions because we don't really have that 3rd position. So the way I was seeing it was more as 2 positions because we're only placing 2 people even if we have those 3 positions. if that were the case. But I don't necessarily think that is. He said it would be $30,000 just for the interim city manager. So, I mean, it would cost just as much for just I'm not the interim, but the city manager. It would cost just as much for the city manager using T2L than it would cost for both positions using this Clear Career Pro. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. I mean, yeah, 45 for the position sounds good. Not to mention also the 2-year guarantee with Clear Career Pro as opposed to the 1 year with T2L as well. It just seems like there's more to Clear Career. Like we're getting more for our money.
And that was in one position, 30.
No. 16. But he said if you took 2, it would be 30. He would give you a $2,000 discount.
For T2L.
Oh, T2L was 30. Doug, you had asked, and it was 30,000 just for the city manager, and he decided to take everything else away.
And I would assume the reason why they were charged for the $30,000 for that is because all the work would be done, and then we would just use that information to then go hire a financial director. I think that's the gist of why would you, yeah.
How long, clear career professionals, how long would John take to try to find us a city manager?
They said 8 to 10 weeks time frame. It was 8 to 10 weeks. They said it would be 30,000 for both, and it would be a 2-year guarantee.
He can work.
Is that correct, sir? You said 8 to 10 weeks?
Yes, it's 8 to 10 weeks. For the finance director, it may be a little bit quicker. There's a little bit more that goes into the city manager search.
And you can work with our budget.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a delay. Yeah.
Well, okay, let's just make sure everybody understands that we can say any of these, we say, can you work with our budget? They're all gonna say, yeah, we can work with your budget. It depends if the people is gonna accept the amount of money.
No, you're right.
They might say,
That's what I mean, he's gonna find somebody in our range.
Yeah,
but
but
it's still gonna have stipulations,
yeah.
you know.
The reason why I think that it would be somewhat doable, I mean, even when the interim people placed this, I mean, they placed the city manager's salary, pretty much what it was, and the finance director, pretty much what it is, to determine their dollar per hour. So, I mean, again, if these guys are working with these guys, I just see that, there's a good possibility that, that they can work within that range.
So just wanna make sure, so before, let's just narrow it down, so, TriStar. I'm just, yeah. Okay, anybody TriStar? I don't wanna hold anybody if we're not even, okay. That CPS HR consulting? No. Okay, all right, and then, okay, so we have the other 3 that are here. Okay. I would say, thank you to TriStar, thank you for coming. Appreciate you, staying tonight for your patience. And CPS HR Consulting, thank you for coming out. We appreciate your patience also. Okay, so we have those 2 eliminated. So then let's go on down. So we know Texas first, obviously interim.
And I think we need to go there, big groups.
And they're gonna find, they're gonna do 30,000 for 3 positions.
No, they're doing 16,000 each. But they give us 2 positions for 30,000.
Right, are they adding the so they're saying they can find us a finance with the HR?
Yes.
I don't know if that's exactly what you stated, but,
Sir, the finance with the HR director, are you saying that that's combined for the 16,000? The HR director, are you saying that that's combined for the 16,000?
Yeah, so the finance director, HR would be 16, normally it would be discounted at 2,000 for the combined search, so it'll be 14.
in the city.
And I think what we need to do is when we meet with the city, find out exactly what the roles and duties of the HR/finance director position are. You know, certainly there's a network of people that are qualified that can handle those roles. Also, when you're searching for your city manager, there may be a city manager that comes in that has enormous financial background that could help alleviate some of the stress on that shared position. And so it's really just about meeting with council, working with the mayor and council and your staff to see what works best. And as, you know, active city managers, you know, Ken has been a city manager for 40 years. We have, you know, almost 60 years of city manager experience together. Really working with you to see how that looks. But I think we could definitely find a finance/HR director position. We are active in TMHRA, the Texas Municipal Human Resources Association, as well as the Texas Government Finance Officers Association. And so I think really just leveraging those networks and then evaluating the candidates to see who's going to work best with the city and can achieve the things that we want to achieve.
Yeah, no, I think he's absolutely right. I mean, I think, you know, at some point, you know, the hope, or at least my hope was when we got a full-time city manager, that they would reevaluate all the positions to determine what was necessary, and if splitting off an HR position was necessary, or to perhaps, you know, make our assistant to the city manager an HR person was necessary, where we could actually pay out that, we could make a determination on it. But, you know, the way it's just, we have it now, we just have it to where really there is 6 positions and that one position is a dual position. So that's the reason why I'm saying it. I mean, we wouldn't know until we had a full-time city manager if, you know, that could be something that we reassess and say, hey, listen, we need to pump this out and make it its own position. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's what he was trying to talk about, you know, maybe we could reassess and see this type of stuff. But I mean, at the moment, you know, really there's only 2 people that are really trying to get in here.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we hire Texas First Group for interim city manager services and clear career professionals for permanent case manager, HR, finance director.
Second.
We need to do one first then the other, correct?
You can do either, you can do 2 separate motions, or you can do one with both. I guess it depends on, you know, whether or not you feel like just get one motion out of the way. If the majority have indicated support for that, if you think there'd be additional discussion on that second motion. We wouldn't want to make, because otherwise if that motion dies, then that motion for the first group also is not going to pass.
Yeah, I see the lady.
You want to do the interim first, and then you
Second
can have
from
more,
the left.
more discussion.
Thumbing through it like it's a happy hour menu.
I would also ask if you would please just consider.
Sally hit second from left.
It sounds like there's a lot.
Like nobody else is looking through paperwork. She's still fumbling through paperwork. What the fuck is she looking at? They're already gonna vote. Like somebody needs to tell her, pay attention, they're voting.
Let me ask you this, if we make the motion.
It's fucking hilarious.
Make with that stipulation, is that mostly what you're saying?
You can,
Okay.
definitely.
She's fucking clueless and she's trying to make people think she knows what the fuck she's doing.
Send my motion. Is that all?
Oh, you want,
Do you want to make it? Yes. Oh. So Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we hire Texas First Group for interim city management services after our city attorney reviews the contract.
second.
We're doing separate.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table first by Councilmember Lozano, seconded by Councilmember Garza, to hire Texas First Group for interim city manager services after the contract is reviewed by our city attorney. Please call.
Councilmember Garza?
Yes.
Councilmember Hitt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano?
Yes.
Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Papadakis, Mayor Gerda.
Yes. Okay, so we hired Texas, so yes, that's approved, Texas First Group for interim city manager services, okay? And after our lawyer, yes. Review the contract.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve Clear Career Professionals to look for our full-time city manager after our lawyer looks over our contract.
Second.
Okay, we have first, motion on the table to hire Clear Career Professionals to hire a permanent city manager after the city law firm reviews the contract. First by Councilmember Garza, seconded by Councilmember Lozano.
That was Mark.
Oh, was Martin? Oh, okay. Martin. Please call roll.
Councilmember Hitt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
Yes.
Councilmember Martin,
Yes.
Councilmember Molina,
Yes.
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Papadakis, Mayor Gray.
No. Okay, so then that passes to hire Clear Career Professionals. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate your time. Thank you for coming. Mr. Lunt, thank you so much. And everybody else on Zoom, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate that.
Okay. Okay, so now we have 8G. Discussion and possible action to hire consultants to evaluate the placement of an election for an economic development corporation, dissolve or reduce tax from Crime Control and Prevention District Board, and withdraw from San Antonio Metropolitan Transit Authority on May 2024 ballots. So,
Can we have some discussion about it?
yes,
yes. In my opinion, I think this needs to be tabled, split. I don't think it should be all voted on all at once. I think it should be separate. Yeah,
okay. So, well, the city attorneys, they reviewed it, and they didn't say to split it. So did we need to split it? I mean, you guys reviewed the agenda before it's put out.
Certainly, we reviewed the agenda, based on the language provided and the items provided. If council wants to have it split into multiple items, that is at your discretion.
So we don't have to have it
They
split.
are tied together because they are involving a tax. But you can certainly have those conversations as separate items. It's up to you.
My issue is, one passes, they all pass. One fails, they all fail.
No, so my,
Separate motions? Yes, sir. Yes, it doesn't have to be a single motion.
Oh, tonight, it could be a separate motion.
It could be separate motions, if any. Yes.
and also from my understanding, and I was hoping that there was gonna be some clarity and answers for this, but, the reason why it's not necessary, so for instance, okay. From my understanding, isn't there a certain time limit that this has to be decided to be put for May?
Yes, you would need to follow the election calendar for the May general election. So that should, I believe, for calling a special election, if I have to check and make sure that it should probably be sometime in February.
To put it already, because I was told that it was November timeframe, that we need to get the stuff down for November to put for May.
Well, look at election, you know, we have it made, we have to run in February, January, February, to decide who's gonna be there. So we have to be in there before February the 15th or whatever the deadline is.
Right, that's just to call it, but you're right. I mean, if you wanted to put for the council in order to review and make those decisions and get that ball rolling, get that proposition language, if you're gonna change it, that certainly takes more time, and you are looking to back that into this year.
Okay. And also we have, go ahead, Councilman Gardner.
Also, I do agree with Councilman Martin as well as Mr. Roger Romans that it did seem a little much to be placing all this on one agenda item. So, no matter, I mean, we are kind of right that it does come off one tax that we're trying to make determinations on. However, I would state, or like, as we were saying, that this could be 3 separate motions, and that's really what I wanted to get at. I truly believe that, you know, we should ensure that it will be 3 separate motions, because I just don't think this is something that should be grouped together.
Well, I don't think that's a problem.
Okay. Just
Yeah,
want
I
to
mean,
be
I don't
extra
see
sure.
why that would be a problem.
So it says it's discussion and possible action to hire a consultant. So are we looking at more than one consultant, or are we looking at to provide financial?
I think the way it was supposed to be written, right, was hire a consultant to evaluate the placement of the election for EDC, right? And it was supposed to stop there, and then it was supposed to say dissolve or reduce tax from crime control and prevention board, and it was supposed to stop there, and then withdraw from San Antonio Metropolitan Transit Authority. That was supposed to be the third one. I didn't believe we were talking about 3 consultants.
No, we're not talking about 3 consultants, we're talking about hiring 1 consultant who can do the work for whatever we decide on all 3 of those. Because it would be 1 consultant that we would pay to find out the placement for the election, because we don't have anybody here to do that. Also to dissolve the EDC. We don't have anybody to look at those numbers anymore here. We don't have anybody to look at the numbers for VIA that's here. Because if y'all saw the information that we got received from VIA, the information that they gave us, yes, Dr. Rowland was looking at that stuff, but there's no more further discussion about that because we don't have anybody else who can do that. So we would have to get somebody as a consultant to do that. But first we then decide also, do we just even want to move them, I mean, do it anyways? You know, everybody might say they don't want to do it, period. And they want to just leave the crime control, you know, there, or the VIA there, you know, the tax. So that's the thing. You like to speak?
I want to advise you at this time that in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, because you have not clearly posted what your intent is, any actions that you take on this may be void. Again, you understand, you posted this as an agenda item that misled the public to believe that this was a discussion about hiring a consultant for all 3. Anything you choose to do at this point would be void on this item, and I would consider that right now. And that should not count against my time to speak, but it won't matter. I'll continue to speak on this subject.
Is this time then?
17 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Okay, but yeah, so again, that's what the hire consultant to, I believe I just said that.
Clock watch.
For all of them.
Okay.
That's what I was just saying, the consultant would be doing for all of them. We're not gonna hire somebody separate for each one. That wouldn't even make sense. So,
Okay, so all of this is just to hire a consultant. It just, the language in this is just off-putting.
yeah, just to hire the consultant. So if nobody wants an EDC corporation, then if we don't put the money, something has to go in there.
I think, yeah,
So-
either way, I think we should talk about that piece of it, you know?
Okay, but that's what I'm saying, like, everybody's, I don't understand why we get to these points. If we want to talk about it, let's just talk about it. If you don't want the EDC corporation, then just say it and we'll just move on.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'd like to speak on that. I do believe that there needs to be an EDC corporation, for the main reasons, as I've seen in other cities, the EDC corporation can receive tax revenue from sales tax. And what they can essentially do is utilize that to help not only pay for beautification stuff, they can help pay for, you know, like other things like roads or you can purchase properties from the things that I've seen. Parks. Yeah, I mean, you go into all kinds of different things that will actually help raise the tax revenue for the city of Kirby. Purchase property, yeah, absolutely. And all of this could help raise the tax revenue for the city of Kirby, which would alleviate some of the tax burden off the residents. I think it's very useful, and it's something that I truly believe that we ought to really consider, as it would need to be a corporation in order to go that route. So I think it's something useful.
Hold on, Andrew, we're getting situated.
I mean, I'm 100% with the EDC. I know that one thing when we went to the small, I went to a small cities meeting in TML, and we were in there discussing, one thing we kept discussing about was the, it actually was about economic development. And pretty much even some cities smaller than us had an EDC. They did, and they were actually talking about they purchased the land with it. There's other things, various resources, but they were booming, and we have to start somewhere. And our crime control prevention district board, it's not as if we don't have, what is it? What they get, about 70,000 a year?
It's over 100 at this point.
Okay, it's 100,000 now. Okay, they get 100,000. That can come out of the city budget. It's not as if
There's a lot of things, I mean, as Ms. Street had mentioned earlier, and Mr. Romans, there are a lot of things that are required of the crime control, and it was something that even when I was the liaison there, I was stating as such, that these are the requirements. We have to have, even years in advance, a plan of how these programs are run.
Jack's calling you right now.
These types of things, which, would make a determination where they couldn't just jump on board with, any, let's say, the haunted house or any of that type of stuff. They would actually have to have it square, that we're gonna have a dare to be on drugs, and, this is how it's supposed to reduce crime, and then these are the events that we're going to participate in order to do that. That paperwork was distributed to our crime control, and it's still, to this time, we're still not utilizing it in that retrospect. It's not that they don't do a lot, and I'm not saying that, but I mean, there are certain instances of things that we were supposed to be following under state guidelines for crime control, which we're not doing. So there are those pieces of it. I do believe that with the proper EDC, if we were to start utilizing that, we could actually pay for these consultants or the people that we had looked into prior, trying to take it out of the budget, and figure out ways where we could actually try to get more businesses to come in here, and which would, beautify and help and take away some of the tax burden, because I have to say, we still are a high taxing entity. And, the more businesses we bring in, the more taxes that go towards everything else. And I'm not even saying taking it all from crime control, but even if we were to have it, I mean, if there was an amount that we did raise our sales tax revenue, it would also start to see an increase to crime control if that were the scenario. So those are the kinds of things that I perceive with the way that this is all running. So.
Deborah McMillan, you had signed up for this agenda item?
There's also someone on Zoom that would like to speak.
Yes, Mayor. Council wants to use tax dollars from crime control and VIA for the formation of an economic development corporation, a 501c3 nonprofit. To the best of my knowledge, will fall under Local Government Code 504 Type Bravo. With Kirby's proximity to I-10 and I-35, as well as JVSA Sam and JVSA Randolph, it would be a contender for development. However, Kirby does not have land. The 88-acre park sits on floodplain. The only other option would be the properties that are located between FM 78 and Old Sabine Road, which are Zone C2. But most of them are already grandfathered. Critics argue that EDCs
are not effective in promoting economic development in their area. Factors such as lack of skilled workers, inadequate infrastructure, and limited access to capital can hinder their success. Skilled workers. According to the 2020 census, Kirby has 74.8% of residents with a high school diploma. Infrastructure. Well, we all know the condition of our roads. And council wants to discuss terminating via service contract, which my family and I used for over 20 years to and from work, after school activities, appointments, and shopping. Oh yes, by the way, the 2020 census also states that 19.9% of Kirby residents are 65 and over. That's 1/5 of your population. Capital. EDCs often compete with other organizations for funding and resources. This competition can make it difficult for EDCs to accomplish their goals. Crime control and via tax generates approximately $300,000 a year. Realistically, 10 to 15% of that would be used for administration fees, to include a paid management position. Oh yes, and let's not forget the lawyer fees. How will this be sustained? At the October 12th council meeting, the mayor mentioned a multi-generational center that Kirby could be a great spot for. Again, I refer back to the other items: land, infrastructure, and capital. It appears council wants champagne wishes on caviar dreams on a beer budget. Regardless of what the residents have to say here tonight, we all know the council will just go ahead and forward with this. Our only recourse will be to have our voices heard in May, the power of our vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good speech.
I had on here to speak for this agenda item also Mariana Espinalda.
Yes. It's Marina Espinalda. That's okay. My whole life has been like that. Anyways, I came here to speak because I saw that with the VIA. My first time having meetings, so I'm crazy to me. But I saw that and I'm coming here to talk. Because if you got rid of that, that's my way of transportation with my daughter. Since the construction started, took away 629, 630, whichever one that was. So now my daughter is 4 blocks, almost 2 miles, to get to the nearest bus stop. The other day we got to use Via Link for the first time, and that was great because my daughter was not tired and fighting me. And she loves the bus. You want some enjoyment? Go on a bus ride with my daughter. She makes everybody laugh and smile. She really enjoys it. But this is how we get to go to the museum, dental appointments. I've been here for 2.5 years, and we use it so much that it would really be hard on us. We can't afford another car. Either I get another car, or I lose my house, or I have a house, a roof over my head, my daughter's head, and we use the bus for transportation. We're not from here, but we were living in an apartment. We had a store not even 50 feet from us. We had everything surrounding us. Never needed a bus. I've never ridden a bus in my life until I moved to Kirby. And so with that, there's no store for me to walk to, and going grocery shopping at the Dollar General with a 4-year-old and having to take groceries back home, that's not as doable as it seems. And so 4 walks, I'm on the way other end of Kirby. So I just wanted to come and share, like, it would really affect, and I saw somebody else using Via Link. I'm pretty sure there's other people like me that use Via that could just keep benefiting from it. So I just hope that it doesn't get eliminated, because it could be a lifeline for people to transport.
Thank you. You want to hear this?
Yeah, I would like to listen. Can we let the speak before?
We go with EDC first, or are we doing?
Well, again,
I think
this is really an idea of hiring a consultant.
Look, another councilman will get up and walk
I
out.
think we should make determinations on the things that we would hire the consultant to do. And that's the reason why I'm saying about the motion. I mean, yes, we could hire a consultant to do this thing, and hire a consultant to do this thing, and it could be the same consultant. But, I mean, I think that we should hear out the three pieces, including the part from VIA. And I think we should listen to VIA and learn from there. And then,
Everybody else got an opportunity to talk.
So, yeah, I have no problem with VIA speaking. I'm just saying, are we finished talking about the crime control prevention district board?
I think we
That's
should
what I
hear,
was wondering.
my point is I think we should hear all of them before we start discussing the intricate parts of hiring a consultant for any of these three things. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Because, I mean, we're obviously having into a VA discussion already. And I think we should allow our, the residents to talk, and we should listen to what they have to say about these three things.
That's what we're doing. Okay, go ahead. It's like so many semantics in here. Go ahead.
I just want to give you my opinion.
Yes, please.
I'm going to think.
Yes.
I don't believe in dissolving the crime control. Not at all. I don't mind reducing tax, splitting it with EDC. But I'm not for doing away with the transit. Metro, Metropolitan Transit. You heard these people speak yesterday about the hood. I'm not going to take that away from them. It's good. I come from a small town, and they have a great EDC corporation. They do a lot for the community. And it needs to start here somehow or another. Yes, you're right. It's gonna take a while to get going. We gotta save money to buy land or whatever we gotta do to get going. But the only way we can do it is reduce the tax rate and crime control. We can't, in my opinion, we can't take the away. That's all I have to say.
I think with crime control, that if it's 100, so like you said, about 100,000, right?
It's
So-
over 100,000.
Okay, well, 100,000. So if we have that, but when you say start from somewhere, so like, I think there's a property right now that I mentioned in a meeting, on a email that is, I think the land is like 150 something or whatever. So say we're gonna split that in half. So let's say, we need all of the money from the crime control. We need all of that money to push forward. I mean, we would. That's the way I'm looking at it. We need a good chunk to push forward, because otherwise, year after year, we're gonna wait another 5 years till it adds up.
We're waiting now. We ain't doing nothing now. It's gonna take 2 or 3 years to get this thing started. That's the way I look at it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but that's-
Everything's not gonna happen at once.
No, and I understand that, but I'm saying that's the thing with us that we've been doing before. Last time at EDC, we had a discussion where we could have hired a retail management company. That was a year ago. We didn't do that because we said, oh, let's just wait. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting. Nothing's happening. And everybody else around us is building, and they're going higher and higher. That's my thing.
I understand, but where I'm coming from is the EDC committee and the EDC corporation is 2 different things.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right, no, and then the retail management company, yes, and since then, other cities have had businesses since then that we don't now. Go ahead.
Does anybody else sign up to speak? I'd like to listen to what everybody has to say before we have a lot of discussion on this.
There's a gentleman on Zoom.
Okay.
I don't believe he was signed up to speak, but he's requested to speak.
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion that the gentleman on Zoom, I don't know his name, but I'm gonna make a motion that he can speak.
A second.
So there's a motion on the table by Councilmember Garza, seconded by Councilmember Martin and who is this person? Just Ninja. Ninja to speak?
That's what his phone says.
Yeah, his name. Yeah, well, I mean, this has to come on.
Yeah. I guess we can take a read.
Yeah, but, I mean, seriously, we really
Do you have a name that we can call
We
you by?
did call.
Hello?
Okay, so,
Can you hear me,
There
sir?
he is, yeah.
but his name is Ninja. So, okay, so the motion on the table to let Ninja speak. First by Councilmember Garza, second by Councilmember Martin.
I can't hear.
Please, call roll.
James King?
That's what he said his name is?
James King?
That's what Mr. Rhodes was
He probably didn't change the name on his
Can you
phone by
hear me, sir?
accident. Just tell him his name needs to be his name.
Okay.
Tell him he has to have his name on there.
One moment. James King?
Yes, can you call roll, please? Thank you.
Councilmember Garza?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
No.
Councilmember Lozano?
Yes.
Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Councilmember Molina?
No.
Mayor Garter?
No. Okay, moving on. Did you want to speak now? You want to use your
I'm going to
17
wait
seconds?
until after Via, but I want to make it very clear I am going to
Okay.
speak.
All right. So we have Mr. Marks and Herrera.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you wanna come on up?
Point of order, you voted to let other people talk, and you just voted to not let him talk, because you know he's my friend.
Warning, you're out of here.
You're a fucking piece of shit.
Here, order him to take him out.
Piece of shit.
Take him out now.
You vote to let other people talk, and you don't let him talk, because y'all motherfuckers know he's with me? Fuck all you.
I'm so sorry, y'all.
Stupid. And take on your fucking bread. It looks like they've been here for 10 fucking years. Stupid.
Again, with the stereotypes, but y'all condone this behavior up here. I love it.
Well, Mayor, Council, thank you for this opportunity to address you. And I will definitely try to, keep it right to the point, because I think that's what
Thank you.
y'all definitely want to hear tonight. So, between myself and Mr. Marks, who works at VIA as well, with me, we hope to give you at least a snapshot of the value of VIA to the city of Kirby. That snapshot of VIA is going to include some data that we have handed out to each of you. So data that was in a packet, I believe that was handed out.
I'm sorry. Hold on, sir.
Yeah.
What-
We've muted him, but he's able to unmute himself. That's Zoom.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So, just a little bit of history here.
You are a coward for not allowing the.
Okay, point of order, decorum, that's it. If he's gonna keep doing that, you need to cut him off. We're not having that. One more time, cut him off.
Just do it anyway.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Harris. I really do apologize, and I don't want you, just, go ahead, sir.
So in 1978, the state of Texas created the Metropolitan Transit Authority. And